Do we have audio now? We do. We'll see how loud we're gonna make it, but let's leave it here for now. Let's see if I can find that. It's the computer.
Sub Vincent med ögon.
Ja.
Sub Vincent med ögon.
Hi, Caper. So this is perhaps the first ever Twitch HEVC cooking show. I mean, we're not cooking anything right now, but we'll go down and make some food. It's been a day. I can tell you all about it. Oh, let me see. I'm just gonna see if I can. Get everything with me downstairs. None left for audio, yeah. So I had the external microphone plugged in. Is the Vincent Met sub gonna stay there forever, or is the computer crashed? It seems like we have that bug again. Well then. Well then. Well then. Well then. Could probably do something about that. Oh, you guys fell. I have no clue how. The ball is pretty tight. Whatever. Let's go downstairs. Jack said about using the big camera that when you've gotten used to the convenience of the iPhone, going back to the Sony is gonna suck. And oh my, does it ever suck. Hello Siri, the stream is with me.
I figured.
You are in my way.
Excuse me.
That's very cute.
Admiring his work.
Since we were homeschooling it, but he had a writing exam today and it's very good. So he drew these.
What did this for? This is the sort of stuff he's going to start with when he's in school.
Vincent, if that is so, then you have a couple of things you can do. You can activate hardware acceleration if you're on Chrome. So you go to settings and then you click enable hardware acceleration when enabled. Then it works in Chrome. If you're on Firefox on Windows, no, I think you're shit out of luck. No, just kidding. I think you can make it work with pretty much any browser at this point. If I remember correctly, they even activated Edge. And I mean, if Edge can do it, you can do it. I think it even works with Firefox. I don't know why I put on the mic. I have a painful throat, so I'm not sure I'm going to be talking too much, but hey, now we have a mic at least. Yeah, sorry for the smacking on the mic. Is Abby still awake, Siri?
Apparently.
Sounded like it. Sounded like he came down.
Yeah.
Or stepped out. Oh, I'm in the wrong chat. Never mind. Well then. Welcome to the Cough Fest. All right, we're only doing 30 FPS. So we can lower the shutter speed a bit. And we probably want more sharpness than f1.4. .8, maybe, yes. So yeah, you should be able to watch this on pretty much any system. Like if you have some weird browser like Opera, maybe you fail, I don't know. 4K should be available. If you can't watch in 4K, you might have to make sure all your systems are updated and turn on hardware acceleration in something like Chrome. And then, yeah, then you should get it. You need to go to staff entrance, you know. Yeah, classic. Yep. Your browser will just downscale it, Vincent. That's how it's supposed to be. That's how it's meant to be. Connections. Main channel. Oh, login fail. Test. Okay, we guess we have to log in. We haven't streamed for so long then all the systems are logged out. That's the audio. I have not listened to my own stream yet, so I have no idea what kind of sound we have. This is mostly like temperature testing, but I'm doing it live.
Alice,
Yep.
I beg of you. Order.
A new thing.
It's screaming at us.
I mean, it's kind of fun.
No, it's really not.
You don't like the sound?
No, I don't. You keep it, like it started right when Bo was falling asleep, and the sound
Yeah.
woke him up. Right?
I bet.
And then he thinks it's a little like unsettling. So.
No, I 100% agree. I'll look through my pictures to see if I can find it. But it's not a priority as of this moment. Our tumble dryer has decided that it's interested in singing for us. Order! Jack, do you know how to turn off sub-only mode? I thought, since this is a demo of 4K, it could be fun allowing people to chat more conveniently. Wait, this is the Twitch app. I can probably figure it out on it. Unless you... Okay, yeah, you did. Thank you. I didn't want to make you... Yeah, whatever. Thank you. Nice. I guess you guys can sit over here. Maybe get all of the fat stains. Very nice. I have not yet decided what to cook, but we'll figure that out. It's gonna be something. I mean, I was gonna make tacos, but then I realized we didn't have like tortillas or soft shells. Oh shit, we probably have tortilla. Nachos we probably have. Oh, I was gonna. Let's do it anyway. I'm gonna slow cook some potatoes that I've already boiled in vinegar and salt. I'm gonna fry them in some butter and then chop them up and then fry them some more. That's the plan. That's what we're gonna do. Hi, Merit there. I thought of you today. I grabbed Ebba's, well, it was Bo's, but they are the same. I brought Bo's pajamas out of the laundry today. When Ebba was first born, we got like 5 sets from Polan och Pyret for him. And then we got 5 more when he outgrew them. So we only had Polan, and the quality is just so amazing. And since we moved here, there's this German lady who keeps giving us her clothes. Of her, yeah, whatever. She comes by with like boxes and boxes of clothes. And they're in decent shape, actually, yeah. Secondhand from her grandkid. So like, we've been supplied with like so much clothes that it doesn't feel right to buy them yourself. But I've always felt like this is not what I want because it's so much. It's like 40 sweaters. So it's like, he doesn't need 40 sweaters, you know? But yeah, for free, and why not, you know? But yeah, it's been a long while since we had something new from Polan och Pyret, and I love it. Very appreciative. I thought I'd let you know. See, you know, things people send us bring so much joy. I thought of that like yesterday, that surfer sent Ebbe a water bottle, and it's been lost now. Like, he's had it for 2 years, I think, but it's been lost now for a couple of days since he was at Bamsöimpa. I don't think he forgot it there, but perhaps he did. And if so, it might be lost and found. Like the teachers at Bamsöimpa, they clean up the hall afterwards, so they probably collected it, and fingers crossed. I appreciate your appreciation too. Thank you for the bets. You're the best. If you just tuned in, are you watching in 4K right now? This is probably the first ever 4K HEVC stream, cooking stream, sorry. This is probably the first cooking stream in 4K HEVC on Twitch ever. So that's something. So yeah, we're gonna fry up these potatoes that we pre-boiled in vinegar. It makes it sound like I just poured up a pot of vinegar. No, it was like 99% water, but a splash of vinegar. Siri is a little hungry, just putting the boys to sleep. Everyone is very sick. I was going to be at Dream Act right now, but yeah, everyone is sick, so no Dream Act and just resting. We're having an argument. I mean, not a fight argument, but yeah. Yep, I was sick last Dream Act winter too. Yes, Jack, you remember correctly. What was that sound? It's the bilge pump emptying our dryer. We need butter. So it's got a pump in the bottom that evacuates the water. Oh, we need a food mic. So yeah, and this pump has a seal, so no water goes into the motor housing, and the shaft rubs against it, creating that very lovely noise. Like the material the seal is made out of, when new, is very lubricitous. It's got a good lubricity, but now that it's a couple of years old, it's lost its lubricity and started sounding like a, yeah, I don't know what. At last Dream Act though, me personally was way more sick. Like I was riding my will. I had 41-degree fever for like 5 days. This year, I'm not 100%, but I would go to Dream Act if the fan was, well, the fact that Siri and the boys they're all down under. We kind of needed to cancel that thing. I frankly think Siri would have liked to come if circumstances were different. The whole idea that we're gonna boycott Dream Act just because it's in Stockholm, no, it's just fine. It's really convenient in Jönköping. Stockholm is gonna be fine too. It's gonna be fun. And next Dream Act Stockholm, then Bo will be old enough to be away. Be away from Bo for 2 days. I bet. Rizbus, I bet. I'm fine with that. I don't judge. Yeah, Kik has a booth, IKEA has a booth, all the big names. Not Twitch though, but I mean, hey. So how's the focus? The focus like all over the place with this camera angle. Maybe I should have something like this that is more clear. What is the main? Oops. Started tracking. I mean, using a lens like this without a camera operator is a little hit and miss, I guess. I'm just gonna check the temp of the Bella box. Can you guys hear the food? $35. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. The knife was really sharp. That's good. Maybe I should put the mic here. Maybe that gives more of a chopping board sound and pan sounds. Let me know if you guys want me to take the volume up or down. I have not monitored the levels. So we're going to season these potatoes quite a lot. I don't know how yet. I'll figure it out. Hi Toby. Is it only positive? Can you watch in 4K by the way? Have you activated hardware accelerating or are you watching on phone? OBS is pushing 20 megabits to Twitch, out of which 10 megabits is the source and 5 for the 1080p, and then I think it's like 3.5 for the 720, something like that. .4K desktop source, sweet. Some people are for sure gonna have a hard time adopting because like their browser doesn't work and they have to update, and I think some Windows user have to pay $1 to Microsoft to unlock HEVC decoding. There might be a workaround, I don't know, but I think at least for Firefox you want to pay that $1. I don't know, Chrome might work natively on Windows. You have to activate hardware acceleration. in Chrome. But this is gonna change. Like everyone on Twitch is gonna know how to use HEVC soon enough. Because right now, I mean, a couple of hours ago, they announced that all of the beta testers for TEB, Twitch Enhanced Broadcast, literally all of them, are getting 1440p at 7 megabits. So that's out right now. So anyone that's enrolled in the program, in the closed beta, will have it. And I have the alpha access. So that's why we're pushing 4K. And I think moving forward, I might push 1440p just because you actually get more data per pixel in 1440p. Twitch did like a big study that I was a part of, which is why I have the alpha. But they did a study with our material and figured that like the upgrade from 9 megabit to 10 in 4K is huge. But from 10 to 11, 10 to 12, 10 to 13 and so on, it was diminishing returns, depending on the content of course. But they found that 10 megabit was a good sweet spot, and the lower the bitrate is, the better playback experience users are gonna have. And this thing, like, people want 4K because the number is big, right? But most people are gonna downscale it to 1080p anyway. So that's probably their measuring stick. Like if you're watching on a 4K TV, like a big 65-inch, then of course you're gonna see a difference between 10 and 12. But from their focus groups, it was like a good sweet spot. And frankly, why would we spend Twitch's money on quality that isn't appreciated? So it's quite interesting, I feel. I hope they will eventually add it so that if you stream in 60p, you get higher bitrate than if you stream in 30p. So you don't force streamers to choose between quality and smoothness. And how they would do that, I don't know. Like maybe, you know, if it's 10 megabit today, maybe if you stream in 30, you get 9, and you get 11 if you stream in 60, something like that. I think that would be quite nice. And hi Kirwin, have you been playing a lot of Farm Sim? I've not watched much, but I've watched some, and it's beautiful. Like the game, I need to get into it. Not yet though. We're not in a rush. I'm very pleased with life in general right now, and adding a video game would completely ruin my work-life balance. So no gaming for me as of right now. 23 hours, that's nice. You can have plugins, I believe, Toby, yeah. There's no rules against it, so like you're allowed to use tab and multi-stream. But I don't think... I think most plugins will work, yeah. And for those who don't know what TEB is, it's Twitch Enhanced Broadcasting, which... oh wait, there we go. Twitch Enhanced Broadcasting essentially is... it's not nice for the cord. It's essentially enhanced RTMP that sends multiple video tracks, and then there's some extra communication to Twitch, like you communicate from your encoding software what hardware you're streaming from, and then you get sort of a profile, a setting based on your GPU and internet speed. So it's like a little bit of communication, but the gist of it is enhanced RTMP, multi-track video. So Moblin, for example, could build support. Not trivial, but Moblin can do it. So that's pretty cool. I've cornered myself here. The spice rack was blocked by the camera. And from my understanding, Twitch is definitely gonna go hard on the enhanced broadcasting because it improves the experience for everyone but the streamer. No, jokes aside, it's It's not a big deal for streamers either, but it is some adjustment. No, sorry, Toby. Yes, but also no. Yes, absolutely. No, Moblin runs on PC too. So Moblin sort of eventually will grow to this whole end-to-end delivery system where you create the content and deliver. So yeah, something like that. So yeah, you can run Moblin on a Mac Studio with a M1 Ultra or an M2 Ultra, or probably the upcoming M4 Ultra, and then you have 4 encoding engines, so you can definitely do 1440p. They have said maybe 4K too, you know. But yeah, it's like it would be pretty dumb to use Moblin for streaming enhanced broadcasting right now. Like OBS just works, and you kind of need a dedicated streaming machine anyway. And iPhones today doesn't support AV1, which is going to be super nice in like 2 years. But by then, hopefully, Apple has added AV1 encoders. Yeah. There's some other things Moblin do that most people don't know about. For example, Moblin has native alerts, so you can upload your files and your GIFs or your pictures and sounds and trigger them natively on the phone. But that's not the cool bit. The cool bit is if you're running Moblin as a server, so you have one iPhone at home and one iPhone in your hand, you can run what's called reliable alerts, where the server at home with constant internet will receive the alert from Twitch and then check with the client Moblin, which is your iPhone when you're out IRL streaming, if you're connected. And if you're connected, it will push the event to your phone and play the alert. If you've ran out of battery, you're in a tunnel, you don't have internet, you know, then it will just wait until you come online and then it will push the alert. So you never miss an alert again. That's pretty sick. Why you want to do it on the phone in the first place? Simplicity is my main reason. And for Siri particularly, you get double alerts today because she's playing the alerts in OBS, right? But then 2 to 4 seconds later, you hear the alert coming through the microphone in the stream. And if we play the alerts natively on device, then they will only play once and in sync. But there's a big caveat doing it this way, and that's that the video quality of the alert will be dependent on your internet connection. So when your internet is bad, the alert will be bad. So it's not perfect. I'm not streaming with Moblin at all today. So I sound like a fanboy, but that's just because I love it. And I think it's definitely like a superb tool that is only getting better. The RTMP server is allegedly fixed now. So like the OA4 will run 24/7 without a hiccup. Except if your Wi-Fi actually gets bad. But before, Moblin had issues receiving the action camera footage and probably other wireless footage, but mostly action cameras has been tested. And that's been fixed like 2 days ago. And that's coming to test flight maybe today or tomorrow. So now you'll be able to use multiple like DJI action cameras or pocket cameras and like compose it like if it's OBS. Very cool. You can't see me now, but I'm standing behind the camera, scratching my head what to do. I still haven't decided what to cook, like what direction. I've only fried some potatoes, and I've made a spice mix. Because I'm sort of going taco inspired, but not classic tacos because I don't have that. The stuff. We probably have tomatoes. Let's see if we can chop some fresh tomatoes and red onion. Yeah, it's just the Twitch client, like the app on PlayStation Store, that can't do it. So it's not your hardware or anything like that. It's Twitch client. I keep going over here looking for something. I was mixing the spices and realized I needed something of always. What is that something? What is that something that I need? Yeah, I bet. Yeah. I bet they will ads. But I don't know anything about that. Absolutely clueless. Like I know the adoption to HEVC is going to be tricky for a lot of people. Onions. What more than onions? I was going to get tomatoes. There we have it. That's what I went to get. I think we have lettuce too. We do have lettuce. And some sweet corn. Just like a little bit. Teb? Yeah. Twitch Enhanced Broadcasting. It's already in place. I know IRL Toolkit already have Teb available. Go figures, since it's run by an OBS dev. But like you literally need a dedicated like 30 series or better. So the cost goes from like $45 a month to $200 a month for a server. So yeah, Twitch Enhanced Broadcasting for anyone using OBS cloud servers is a bit of an issue now. That is the truth. I wonder if I can do this. Maybe I just join as a viewer. Oh! What was that? What happened? Oh! We got a follower. That's a lot of confetti for a follower. I mean, I'm not... Sounds like a complaining. Kind of liked it. It's pretty. I think I set up those on-screen alerts as just to try it out when I wasn't streaming, when I was on streaming leave. And then I just maxed all of them out. just for experiment's sake, we're gonna increase the depth of field a little bit. We're still under 1200 ISO, so I think it's just gonna enhance the experience, removing some of that background blur. We'll see. Yeah, Jack. Android TV. One day. It's definitely a downgrade compared to what it could be. That it's not ready yet for TVs where you kind of need this the most, or want. The biggest difference with tab and the higher resolution and stuff, I believe, is going to be on the TVs, where it's going to be like absolutely amazing. On a 27-inch TV or monitor, or on a phone, I'm not sure we need 4K. I mean, I'm not upset or anything. I think it definitely looks better, but does it matter? How much better? I'm not sure. And if you're watching the stream and you can't see it in 4K, there's a couple of things you can do. Most likely it's your browser. If you're using Chrome, you need to activate hardware acceleration. And if it's on Firefox, you might have to make sure it's updated. I think there's like a beta thing in Firefox that you need to have. And you might need to buy a $1 license. Not sure about that one. But I think there's a chance you have to buy a $1 license from Microsoft. I think it's called High Efficiency Video Codec Playback. And it's in the Microsoft Store. If you're on Mac, it should just work. Yeah. It should work on iPad. I think you need to go via browser. I don't think the iPad app works, but I think the browser works on Mac, on iPad. iPhone app, Android app should work. Good spice and a little bit of salt. Do you guys like to clean while you cook? Throw away garbage, load the dishwasher. You can watch in 4K on your Pixel Fold. Sweet. That's nice. A perk. That's probably a nice experience. Is the resolution 4K equivalent? That's probably a quite high res screen. Hi Vincent. Did you figure out 4K, Vincent? And thank you for your resub. Do we still have no, we don't have a resub alert being stuck in the corner. Hi JX. Hi Shaggy, yeah. I think it looks good even if you don't have a 4K screen. Yeah, it looks amazing on a 4K screen. We're making some potato and beef taco, you know, a little bit of what we had in the fridge. We had some pre-boiled potatoes from the other day. Oh yeah, so essentially 4K. More square, but close. Well. Hi, MEC. With a name like Emizu, because it's so pretty and clear, surely you're a streamer. Or at least have been. I think it's Siri who brought me onto this idea that if someone has a good username, they're probably a streamer. Like Jack Jofa is a great username. I mean, you could argue that he's not a streamer, but he's affiliated, so he's a streamer in my book. You have verifiably streamed. Yeah. You're the only person I've seen stream 360 content to Twitch. Oh wait, did you stream that to YouTube? No, you streamed it to Twitch. At Paris. In the hotel room. I mean, it wasn't 360, it was a 1080p or whatever frame of a 360 video. If I recall correctly. Twitch. I mean, if you stream to YouTube, I think you can even pull off like an actual 360 stream, but the bitrate is way too low today. Like, I would say pointless. To stream in 4K. See? Right. Couple of sweet corns. % battery. Now we're trying. I'll put you like this in case the cable getting pinched was the problem. That's not satisfying. I want to keep like a small bit of it raw, but I don't want to dice up half an onion, so the rest of it goes into the meat. Siri made this huge batch of frozen cheese. She bought like a bunch of cheese on sale, shredded it, and put it in the freezer. And I'm thankful every time I need to use cheese. Oh, shredded cheese on there, man. By the way, Jack, if you're still listening, for Christmas, well, in general, Siri has asked me to do more of the cooking, which means that there will be more of a compromise in the food being served for Christmas. I bet she will still cook. I mean, that's the thing. Take cooking away from her, and she gets inspired to cook. And she's a fantastic cook. So I very much look forward to seeing what she comes up with. But I think it's much easier to stay creative when you don't have to do it 7 days a week, two times a day. So I think that's nice. Very happy about that. Let's actually do a bed of nachos. I was going to put them on top, but I think in the bottom is going to be nicer. Get that juice coming from everything on top. Suck it up a little bit. You beat it right away. It's not going to be soggy. It's going to be seasoned with. Take off. It's just going to be seasoned with meat juice. Oh shit! I forgot the cheese. Oh no. Well, then we have melty cheese. Let's plate it quickly before it becomes not good. Siri, food is served. This melty cheese kind of works actually. Why not? Not what we intended, but looks good to me. Go.
Feesten.
You don't have to wear the mic, but it's optional.
Are you streaming in 4K now? Fantastic. How's it to watch? Have you checked it out?
Clean, I'd say.
Jesus.
I'll do. It's not a competition.
It does. It looks. Wait, I can zoom on this.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah, I mean, we've been streaming on iPhone for 2 months.
I broke it.
We've been streaming on iPhone for 2 months, so anything will be a sheesh moment.
Yeah, I mean, there's also that because like the contrast is so stark.
Hi, playheads. Thank you. So it's fried potatoes with beef, and then it's like taco inspired. And there's nachos in the bottom. I don't know.
Thank you for cooking.
You're welcome.
Well.
Yeah, the cheese is microwaved for way too long.
Way too long?
I did forget it. So,
Oh, you were thawing it.
yeah.
I failed.
It's like a cheese pizza. I think a knife is going to be useful. Just
I do think so, yeah.
position yourself on the spoon.
Position myself on this. Should I hop on there?
Grädd ädelost. Sounds decadent.
So who's come by the stream?
I have earplugs.
What else is new?
You were saying?
Who's come by?
I have
earplugs.
Oh,
What else is new?
Mary's there. Vincent med. Jack. Caper.
Capper.
Capper. Ads. Toby. Toby Travels. A friend of mine.
What's this say? Don't know. What is? Spicy. So just a taco sauce is spicy? No, you spiced up the meat, right?
The jalapeno.
And the jalapenos as well. For sure.
Tell me more, Kron.
Big brain moment.
This is true. Many people like to argue that living in capitalistic society is another form of prison. You don't get to decide what to do. Freedom is an illusion and all that.
Getting political.
Philosophical, I'd say, but
I mean, it's not entirely unusual that someone who's homeless, for example, just does like a petty crime to actually end up in prison because they'll have a roof over their head and they'll get food and they're safer there and having a better life there than they would on the streets.
yeah. I mean, in Sweden, I
happens.
bet. I have this illusion, perhaps, that the Swedish prison system just allows you to study and live your best life in confinement. Sure, but
I must admit, I know very little about the Swedish
I
prison
mean, it depends
system.
on what kind of crime you do, I bet. But I think you have to do something pretty weird to be thrown in a cell where they just forget about you and you have blankets on the walls, you know, that kind of stuff. think it's pretty white collar in all the Swedish prisons.
Seems like a solid plan. I mean, eh.
I'm getting definite Friday vibes from the meal.
It is Friday. I'm like, what do you mean you're getting Friday vibes? It is Friday. I'm like, yeah, duh. What did you think it was?
Yeah, I thought it was like a Tuesday or something. Not gonna lie. Chat, this is as romantic as it gets with 2 kids. You might light a candle. This is actually my mother's fault, so it's not me. We have a candle ban in this household.
You have. We don't have. I'm not on board.
So, yeah, okay.
Also, I ignore it.
Yeah.
Also, you ignore it. Hello? You lit candles for me in the bathroom.
Yeah.
And you just lit candles now.
Yeah.
You know? So how's that rule going? But you have genuine respect for the dangers of lit candles.
Yeah, very much.
That's fair.
Because they're forgotten and left unattended. I mean, falling asleep with candles lit is fine once, maybe.
My lips are on fire.
Too much jalapeno.
It's caught up in my business.
But
The joke is better when it's your business.
I think if we had candelabras wall mounted, I feel a little safer about it.
Is that what they're called? Does that have to be so loud?
Tjena Basi, hur är läget?
I'd like to argue against that, Jack. Because I can think of a couple of things you could do with candles that would not be fine even once.
If they're on the wall, and if they have like a glass hood per candle, so that a ball thrown at them wouldn't hit the flame, then I feel pretty safe about it. From Denmark? Wait, that was more Norwegian than Danish. Frankly, I mixed the Norwegian languages in my head. Chocolat. What was it I said? Croissant? Wienerbröd? No?
No, I think it was chocolate croissant.
Yes, but you serve them on gas stations in Denmark. And I waltzed in there speaking Swedish. And the attendee was like, huh? I'm like, choklad croissant tack. Vadå? So I just added my thickest fake Danish accent. And it sounded hilarious. And my friends who were with me in the store folded over backwards, laughing. And the whole situation got quite awkward. And probably the store attendee had no idea why we thought it was so funny. I mean, it's like a Monday morning at 6 o'clock. So. A little cilantro and a little less cheese.
That I heard something.
Oh. It's pretty cool having such different languages, but still, after a couple of beers, you can talk to each other. It's pretty cool. My Norwegian gets really good when I'm drunk. At least I think so.
Yeah. That's what tends to happen with alcohol. Inflated self-perception. Man, being so smooth right now. Nope, you are not.
See yourself on stream the day after, like, please delete my account.
Delete my entire existence. I don't miss that.
Cameloso.
Don't miss that.
Shit, if I was a streamer when I was 16, either I would have built up an extreme resilience to embarrassment, or I would have.
Listen, you probably didn't know that you were embarrassing. Okay?
Fair.
Just like you don't know you're embarrassing now. You'll figure that out in 10 years.
I was skateboarding once, and I'm very mediocre, like amateur skateboarder. And there's this footpath, and at the end of the footpath, and it's a long downhill footpath, and at the end of the footpath, there's a car gate that closes off the footpath. That can swing open if the municipality needs to go and take care of a tree or whatever. And I'm thinking,
no, don't tell me you're trying to jump over, please. If I jump,
surely can jump and go over this gate once the skateboard goes underneath, and then I can land on the skateboard again. Awesome. So I tried that. I don't even think I hit my feet. It was more like my thighs hit the gate, and I just flip over 180, land on my face. I wasn't even close. And this was at speed, so like I couldn't walk properly for a couple of days. And
I'm not surprised by that in the slightest.
yeah.
I recall a certain incident when ice skating on the lake.
Oh yeah.
And you were like, oh yeah, I'm gonna jump over this here.
Crack.
Boom. And just split your hand open. Oh my god. You had like a big ass backpack on, full winter gear. It's like, how did you think you were gonna jump? Like, your hubris never fails to impress, you know?
It's like Bo when he thinks he can make a gap. Just instantly falls.
This is great. Thank you.
Thank you
Why are you thanking me?
for your appreciation.
Oh, fair enough.
I thanked Mary's there before for the. I said I loaded Polen och Pyret pajamas out of the dishwasher.
So, sorry, what?
Mary's there.
The dishwasher.
That would have been funny, wouldn't it?
I think
Out
that's like
of
the
the dryer.
third thing you have said during this dinner that just makes no sense. And the previous two, I'm like, I'm just gonna let it slide. This one.
Flip the bread.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I loaded the Polen och Pyret pajamas that we got from Mary's there out of the dryer. So I thought of her like 2 hours ago. And she came by and I was like, thanked her, and I told her that we get all of these boxes of secondhand clothes. We haven't bought anything for so long. And it felt really good having something brand new and of such good quality like Polen och Pyret.
It's only when Grandma buys that we have
And
brand new.
she said thank you for your appreciation with 3,000 bits.
Oh, sounds like a Maria thing to do.
Yes, and
gets thanked for present.
I got inspired, so now that you thanked me for the meal, I thank you for thanking me.
You usually do that, though. That's not a new thing. When I said, what are you thanking me for? That was me giving you an opening.
Oh. Opening for what?
That was for you to figure out if you could be quipping enough to come up with something.
Thank you for the music.
The songs
Giving
you're singing.
it to me. Thanks for all the joy we're bringing.
Who can live without it? I ask in all honesty. What would life be without a song and a dance? What are we? So I
Say thank you for the music.
will give to me.
Oh, the viewer number dropped.
I mean, there were some notes there that were actually harmonizing. So.
Dude, all of it was notes.
I'm not sure.
If you count half notes
They're all
and demi
notes,
notes
yeah.
and semi
Yeah.
cents.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, it harmonized
Yeah.
in some parts. For a
that's
moment. Yeah. Sometimes you do.
At least 1 out of 100.
It's accidentally harmonizing.
Oh. I'm 14. This is deep.
I think that was about the prison conversation.
Yeah. No, I didn't. I was doing things, so I missed that part. Very pleased. Recognizable as Abba. Bad enough. I like
So, I
Abba.
didn't hear that.
I grew up with 3 sisters and mostly a mother figure, so there was a lot of musicals. Yeah, my sisters basically every Sunday watched Dirty Dancing or Grease, and sometimes both. Sometimes Grease 1 and 2.
Sounds so exhausting.
Yeah.
I think they're good movies, but it's like if you watch them a few
We
times
go
in a lifetime.
together, ding,
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 ding.
dong. Forever like shoo-up, 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 shoo-be-dee-doo-be-doo.
Change, 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 change. Wow, wow. Yeah. So what did you do when you were 6? Okay, chat. That's it. That was an excellent test of 4K. And
Peace.
peace. Wait, we're streaming from the Coco Gaming, yes. It's gonna be fun looking back. Who brought the cat in? Meow. Allow paste. Yes, thank you. Mouse mode active. It's gonna be hella fun looking back at this content. It's very beautiful. And Siri, I really got a vibe that maybe streams don't have to be 14 hours long every day.
Got a vibe?
Definitely. One thing that makes it easier to stream with such a cumbersome setup like a DSLR like today, or mirrorless camera, whatever, it's not moving around so much. Like for example, if you're only doing a road trip without getting out of the car, that's easy. But if you're gonna jump into the car and then jump out of the car and into the car, it becomes tedious. So maybe like breaking down streams more into just doing one thing. Kind of like that, like this. We cooked and ate. Yeah. Yeah. That's pretty cool, Jack. Yeah. Don't quit my day job as a Twitch streamer because you're singing maybe a long way. Yeah, it might be quite some way. But frankly, what other people think doesn't matter too much. As long as you're having fun, it's all cool, I think. Ooh, we gotta try. We did this at like 4.5. Let's go to 1.4 and see if it's cozy. With a bit of depth of field. That does look pretty cozy. Not gonna lie, it would have been cool to be at DreamHack right now. Chat, do you want to be nerdy and build an IRL streaming setup? I said I was gonna end, and I still might, but I'm gonna go to my office anyway, and I'm gonna cut and solder and do a lot of things. Easy, Jack. That's a nice combo for sure. Like I got the fortune to try the Sony CVE-10 II. I was kind of hoping that you could have a good time with an APS-C camera, both for the cost and the weight of the lenses. But that thing is, it's hard. It's a very hard downgrade to accept from a Sony a7S III. Couldn't do it. So we're not doing that, which is okay. And but like a smaller body, like the CVE one, but it doesn't have stabilization. Does the A7C II have stabilization? Maybe. But something like that, and I'm not sure I would pick the 28-70 f2 over the one you have, the GM2 24-70, because wide end is so important. 24-28 is quite a big difference, and I think 2.8 is probably the sweet spot anyway, and the weight is like 300 grams less, right? So for streaming, I think your lens, the 24-70 2.8 GM2, is the right camera. And then instead of the A7C, perhaps look into their box camera that is based on, I think, the A7 IV. I actually don't know what it's called by name. Freezing in Denmark? Jeez. Never knew what... Right. Always enjoy watching people eating something, relaxing over it. Playheads, we eat twice every day or more, so feel free to come by. Flippin' awesome. I mean, me just watching on my phone here. The quality is quite nice. And if I pixel peep, would I like more sharpness? Yeah, it's kind of lacking just a little bit. And I'm not sure, but that could be camera setting related. I just brought this camera out of storage where it's been for a while, and I think the lens is massively dirty, and also I think the profile has like minus a bunch of sharpening. Creative look. Actually, it's at 0. S24 Ultra is 1440p. maybe 1440p is the sweet spot for streaming actually, over 4K. Do you guys want to go to the office with me and build a streaming setup? Or at least start building a streaming setup? I need at least 2 people to say yes. Less than that and it's I'm gonna save the battery and the camera. I'm gonna be honest. We need some engagement. Wow. I haven't even updated the firmware on this camera to install the focus breathing compensation. Kind of should do that. There was some talk about bricking your camera if you firmware update, but surely that has been fixed. I mean, it's been 6 months or more. Let me just clean the kitchen. I wonder if it will focus on the candles or me. Thanks, Triple. I think our plan was to use this setup more during the subathon, but it's very easy to get used to the iPhone, and I think it is such a pleasant experience to stream with from like our perspective. But then when the subathon ended, I looked at a lot of the content and felt, oh, this would have been a better memory in 4K. Sure, we didn't have 4K then. It was only 1080p, but it would still have been nice with this camera. But now it's 4K, and the iPhone can almost do 4K 60. Almost. If you're streaming RTMP and do nothing else on the phone, it can actually do 4K 60 for a sustained period of time in 20 degrees ambient temperature. If it's like 25, 30, you probably need active cooling. At least if you keep it in a case like we do. But that's pretty amazing. So like we could use the iPhone camera to do 4K, but iPhone 4K versus this 4K, it's not equal, let me say. But this thing, to IRL stream with this thing, you need like a pretty big setup, which we have, frankly. So I mean, it's all possible. So why didn't we? I think the biggest reason is that I had a couple of client gigs. I chose to sell an IRL streaming setup that I started on maybe the 10th of September. That's probably the biggest reason why this setup never got in use. And we did use it one stream, and literally no one said, oh, nice quality. I got discouraged. But that was probably more about who was in chat. Probably had more to do with, who was there rather than the quality wasn't appreciated. Not everyone is a camera nerd like me and Jack. And streaming is so much more about the content, about you as a person, than it is about quality. You know, I can have a pretty looking stream, but if I'm an asshole, probably not gonna succeed. Imagine having human AI instead of looking at the candles. Yeah, the new human AI, good argument for the camera upgrade. But I'm kind of hoping for something new and cool from Sony. I don't know what focusing zone do I have. Face detection is on. Yes. Oh, you can't have focus tracking and a focus area at the same time. Focus area, wide. Let's do zone and have it in the center and shift it 1 to the left maybe. Hello? Maybe that. Thank you for letting me join. No. Focus is always an issue. I mean, this camera is great at focusing if you tell it what to focus on. If you don't ask it, it will be like, this is a good spot. But if you use focus tracking, it's pretty spot on for being a 4-year-old camera or whatever. I don't know. Has Sony become that much better? The AI person tracking, that stuff is really good, and that would have probably caught me there. So an upgrade. Yeah. So I had a question for you regarding cameras, Jack. Have you contemplated the A9's global shutter over the A1-2's flagship status? They both have the amazing screen, right? That flips and folds. So that would be equal. The difference would be global shutter versus more speed, I guess, of the A1. Oh, and ISO as well. Yeah, the global shutter is not as good in low light. I guess that's kind of a big drawback. Same body. They do have a pretty similar focusing system, right? And processing. I don't know, is it only that one is global and one is rolling shutter, the difference? It's probably something else. Like, is there Ethernet ports on the A9? I mean, if you can stream over Ethernet, that would be pretty cool, because then you could do wired to an iPhone. That would be pretty sick. Global shutter, 120 FPS, low ISO dynamic range versus 50 megapixels and 30 frames per second. Oh, so the A9 is faster. And I think, at least if I understand correctly, Jack is talking pictures. That he can take 120 full resolution photographs in RAW. A second. Sheesh. For like 4 seconds maybe. Until the buffer goes down. Sounds like something a memory card could not cope with, at least. Has the focus improved since we did the settings changes? Oh. Washing machine is saying hi. It'd be really nice if GoPro had a 4K output on its HDMI. So I could mix this far away view with a POV alternating. That would be really nice. We could do it with like 1080p upscaling, but 1080p upscaling to 4K is not good enough. 1080p to 1440 in order to get 7 megabits over 5. I think that would be an overall win in quality. So then I could use my switchers and stuff that support 1080p, upscale it in OBS, and use way too many bits on from the backpack to OBS. Use like 20 megabits. 25, so it's as nice quality as possible getting to OBS for the upscaling to have as good of an effect as possible. Maybe that would be more value than pushing 4K. And it depends like who you ask, of course, because if someone is watching on a 4K big TV, this is gonna be better. But I think they would still prefer the production value of having 2 cameras that we hop between, if done nicely. Yeah, serious community is positivity only. Like if you're just not a good vibe, you don't belong there. That's sort of the logic. I'm normally very unfriendly to new people. Not that I'm rude, I just don't let you chat. Jack, do you remember when you got when you got us the clean canteen thermoses? Could it be 2-3 years? And the things are used daily, and I would argue they're still perfect. I mean, you might argue that they make pricey products, but holy schmoly, the quality is. If you compare that to the budget thermoses that I have been that I had before, whenever you drop them, unfortunately, the lid would break off, rendering the thermos useless. I mean, the metal part was fine, But what's the point of having the metal part if you don't have a lid for it? And they don't sell the lid separately, so you have to rebuy the whole thing. They're dented, they're scratched up. But yeah, it's nice to drink out of as the day we got them. Very appreciative of these fantastic thermoses. I mean, this Tefal that we had before, it's not bad either. But the grip, that's like a TPU overmolding that has given up on life. So, I mean, it's nice with like a rubber grip, but it's a wear part that breaks eventually. So I prefer the King Canteen. Because I feel like they will last for a decade. A decade of daily use. How many things can you say lasts a decade of daily use? A relationship, maybe? No. I should probably run the glasses too. Sarah, do you want more Coke? It's 10 o'clock.
Please.
It's 10 o'clock, I just realized. You have to say yes at least twice more.
Yes, yes.
There's this thing called consequences, but we're not going to talk about them right now.
Thank you.
You silly woman.
Thank you.
With this new router we have, I can not only shut down your internet access, but I can actually block certain websites. So I can be like, that website Siri doesn't get access to. No, I can be cooler. I can do that website Siri doesn't get access to between these hours. That is going to be useful when our kids get older and they won't comply. That was a joke, by the way. I don't believe in controlling yours or their internet usage. Thank you, Jack. You know me so well. Yeah, going past 30 frames, what's the point? Yeah. Exactly the same body. Same ports, yeah, of course, if they have the same body. Yeah. 2.5 gig versus 1 gig. No practical difference. So which one are you leaning for, if you're even considering an upgrade still? 14-bit RAW at 120. 1 second pre-capture. Sheesh. But I mean, you don't have to. I recall using Jack's camera, which is an A7 IV. It does like 30 frames a second or something. 20, 30. Fast. And he had it in high burst mode, and I tried to just take one picture, and it was like 5 or 6 pictures every time. A1, yeah. Yeah, global shutter is not for everyone. I mean, oh, it only does 10? And you're saying the A9 does 120? Yeah, okay. Sheesh. It's like you need an AI just to sieve through your photo dump. No human can look over that many pictures. Just some cutting boards and then wiping off the surfaces. I made this homemade ice cream before with frozen bananas, frozen mango, frozen homemade apple puree, and some homemade black currant jam. It was fabulous. Sweet and just the right amount of tart. It got devoured. Ebbe did not approve. But I think that's because he got a small piece of mango that wasn't blended properly. And he is sensitive to textures. Let's grab a new towel for these. Yeah, he gave his up, and let's say this, we ate it. We ate it. Off it goes. The pump, by the way, it's pretty easy to change. It's like 5-10 screws. Remove a side panel, one connector. It's like a 20-minute job. And then add another 20 minutes ordering the part. Mostly because I need to find the picture I took of the serial number or model number of the pump. Hi, data good. No, I mean, I think you gotta be really video nerd to care about the global shutter, Jack. Like, we who have taken pictures with the A7S III like once, for us it makes sense to do all the compromises for global shutter, making, I don't know, LED signs look better, or yeah, car shots, stuff like that. But I think for most people it doesn't make sense. Is it a price difference? I would imagine the A1 being more expensive. But I haven't checked the price on the A9. I'm gonna be honest. They're both I think I don't really know the word to describe the cost of an A9 II, because it's not affordable, but it kind of is. But it feels rude using the word affordable to something that probably is like $8,000. But for what it is, for who it is for, it is like you can have two of them, and that's fine. I mean, a hobbyist that just want cool shit shouldn't get one anyway. I say that kind of. Well, Jack isn't a hobbyist; he makes money taking pictures, but I think most would argue that he doesn't make more pictures for having a fun camera. He is just a nerd, like me, who wants it. I think camera-wise, like better autofocus with like the AI human detection. I think that would be a nice upgrade for IRL streaming. But other than that, you know, I think more dynamic range is nice, but I don't think the camera has that today. For video, that is. Yeah, if you take something that films raw, maybe. But then you kind of lose that dynamic range when you just throw on a generic LUT that puts on a global LUT. Yeah, and then you lose most of that dynamic range anyway when you have it looking good. Kind of need selective, like local LUTs on different areas of the picture to really take advantage of higher dynamic range in a sensor. Kind of. I mean, it's debatable. That's not a big change, actually. 6,000 and 6,500. Okay, well, that puts them. Oh, yes, we're talking dollars. Yeah, Swedish prices would then be equivalent to 8K, which is. Yeah, I literally can't find a word for what I feel about that price. If you would have asked someone 5 years ago, they would have said it's a bargain for what they can do. But it is a lot of money. Yes, I was going to say the human AI autofocus is something I would want, and then the next thing would be zoom range. Zoom range, I would very much want. Right, this woman wants something, not from me, but from the world. I can tell it. I can tell she's just looking at me like something is going on.
Well, why don't you try something? Try rotating your fingers in opposite directions. Like doing this or this, but they're going the same direction, right? Try rotating them in the opposite direction. Try it. It's super weird.
You
Brain
mean
just
the
goes
same
no.
direction?
Like opposite. So one is going this way, like away from you. Like you're reversing with this wheel and going forward with this wheel, and you want to do it at the same time, and I can do half a lap, and then they both just start going the same direction. It's I can't do it. Try it. Try it.
Hold.
Uh.
You gotta hold the camera.
It's so
when you're doing
weird.
it.
It's so weird. Try it. Okay, show us.
So one this way and the other one that way.
Small ones. Try doing just little ones.
Like if they're in sync, so like a yo-yo,
They're supposed to be in sync.
it's kind of easier. Yeah.
Okay, show. That was pretty good. One was not even spinning. Wait. Why is one going forward?
I don't know.
That's pretty good though. You definitely did better than I did. Wait. Because then they're gonna meet like here. And then, wait, no. Forwards. But no, I can't do it. Dude, my brain's short-circuiting.
Yep.
No, can't. It's like, this is so easy. Circle, 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 circle.
Circles, circles.
And then, I can't do it. I'm just trying right now. Try it, people watching. How? Wait, but I went like this first. I'm like, okay, this is going this way, this is going forward, and this is going backwards. Yes, keep going, keep going. No, I can't. It's like, if it goes slow, maybe it's easier. No. Faster? No.
What does this mean? That your brain is creative and not logical?
No, it means nothing. It's just that this is easy to do. And this is hard. This is like, this comes natural. This comes natural for a bunch of reasons. I'm sure. And then this is just so not natural to do at the same time. Oh, I'm doing it! I'm doing it! I was doing it! I was doing it.
You're doing great.
I'm doing it! This is really hard.
This is why she's the high-paid streamer.
Come on. Yes! Yes! Yes. Oh, that's weird. Oh, my brain is like, huh? Huh? Forward, backwards, backwards, forwards, backwards, forwards. Go. Go. Yes. 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 No.
Fingers are doing it.
Yes. Yes. Woo. Oh, that took a while.
Did you do one full lap and you're proud?
What? No? Were you even watching?
I was mostly camera operating and trying to reach out.
No.
Jack has made a clip for you.
I'm doing it. And then I lost it. But I can do it for like a little while. Oh, that's really hard. Anyway, thanks. Goodbye.
Do I need anything from here? Well, I can bring... Oh, I have too many things. My phone? The iPhone? The mic case? My Coke? And my headphones? That'll be good. Okay, chat, come with me. Oh, the tripod too. Oh fuck, it's the baby gates too. Oh wait, this one is open. That doesn't help. I might have to go twice. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh, there's liquid in the glass too. Oh no. No, I can't do it. Put you down, Chad. I just can't bring you guys and a glass at the same time. Because there's the gate obstacle. Yeah. Boy. That would 1000% have spilled. Okay. We made it. Computer on. Just gonna grab that drink in my case. Whispering because the kids are asleep. Okay. Okay. Oh, I guess we can turn on the light. Oh. That's fine. Okay. Okay. I think I can move some stuff out of the way to get some more space. Like I'm probably not gonna cook any PCBs right now. But we are gonna solder some stuff. It's a clean Q-tip. Oh, you need to bring up chat. Oh wait, I have a phone. Hello, fellow person from rural Sweden. Way out west. Oh, I haven't updated my title yet. I'm sorry. Hi, Svea. Sretak. We actually live in a suburban neighborhood since 2.5 years ago. But the farm used to be a farm, and it hadn't been for like 30 years when we moved there. So it was only like renting out the fields to sheep farmers for grazing, stuff like that. We didn't farm more than like a kitchen garden growing potatoes and tomatoes. Okay. First order of business. Something I've been meaning to do for like, not forever, but it's been a long time coming. And that's to make longer leads for the power supply. Because they are so short. And I bought a box of connectors that I put somewhere clever so that I would know where I have them. I mean, they should be in the shelf where all the things are. That's what it should be. But I'm not sure. We have boxes of antennas and a bunch of knickknacks. But the connectors, where have they gone? At this point, I don't even remember what color the box is. That normally helps. I think it's square. I think it's pretty small. Oh no. Oh shit, another case. Forgot I had. Aluminum extruded case. That goes in the case pile. HDMI adapters. Oh, why wouldn't I have put them in the electronics box? That would make a lot of sense. Where the other connectors and cables are. That would make oops. That would make a lot of sense. There we are. So the test lead it comes with is just that little bit too short. So I'm going to make 2 leads. One for just powering whatever the heck. And one for USB-C. Like if I want to feed something a certain voltage. Somewhere there should be a cable stripper / cutter. Let me bring up chat before we do anything else. Oh my god, iPhone mirroring, does it work? No, I thought so. That would have been too cool. Oh. Okay. What's it called? Chatterino? There we go. Found it. Right now, 37 degrees SOC temp. That is pretty wild. Ambient temp is 20, so that's 17 above ambient. That's pretty good. Right, we realized we did not find the cutter. I mean, it's somewhere. had it downstairs before. Oh, I see it. It's right where it's supposed to be. In the box of tools. So this office is going to be relocated eventually. So I'm not going to put up any like tool racking and tool organizations in here because we're just going to move in hopefully a couple of months. I just want to build two setups up here first. That one is going to be for me. And then I'm going to improve this setup we're using right now. I'm going to add a case to it. Right now it's just a temporary grid in a backpack. We're going to improve that. Make it more durable and make it survive the summer heat. Now we could probably, like, what's the ISO? Oh, that's why it's so bright, because we're maxing out. Oh, we're actually overexposed because it's too bright inside this room. That is sick. I'm not expecting that. I think I want to solder these tips. These tips are screw-ins on these terminals. I don't think it's... I could solder them, but they're probably going to hold well enough if I just screw them in. But I'm going to solder the tips a little bit anyway. Kind of screw these ones. Just for experiments. Let's lose the screw and contemplate if we should solder them. I mean, we can do it. Might be as easy. And if I don't lose that screw, I can't see no drawback. Man, I don't have red heat shrink. Otherwise we could have skipped these connectors. But I think we're gonna have to use them. But will they stay on then? Because it's the screw that holds it in place. Oh, they'll just come off. Hi, Kipana. Oh, why is that being held? Name calling? Allow. Thank you, Kipana. Very crisp. I'm looking at it myself. I think it looks absolutely fantastic. Do I have red heat shrink? I do. Do I need it? No. Because the cable is red. So you're going to be able to tell the difference anyway. But it would be nice. I heard a sound. Oh, it's a follower. Look at me being... I don't even know my own alerts. Chat, I'm not a streamer. This is a test channel. Well, I am a streamer. Some days. Depends on who you ask. I do have colored. Let's bring out my heat shrink. Let's see what we have to work with. I do have colored, but I think they're too small to fit over. What we can do is we can wrap a bit of, like a small sliver of red electrical tape. Sounds like a pretty good idea, actually. So if you just tune in and if you can't watch the stream in 4K, then there's something on your end that you need to enable something like hardware accelerated decoding inside of Chrome, or download a extension on Windows called like Microsoft High Efficiency Codec something. So I lost the screw, but that one can actually be lost because we're gonna attempt soldering. I think I'm gonna like that. I think I'm gonna enjoy that. And we can put on the heat shrink after, so we can just wing it. Oh no. Beep. Chad, I left my soldering iron on for like 8 hours once. Don't do that. It's just generally a bad idea. I mean, it has a standby mode, but that's like 180 degrees. So it's still not very kind to your equipment. I'm probably being quite overkill with this, but I want to be able to yank the cable and it comes out of the PSU rather than out of the connector. Should have had a bigger tip on to maintain more heat. There we go. Now I got it in there. So also kind of want to give this one some more heat, so it just sits deeper in. For that extra overkill. Hi Tim. Mobile viewers should be able to watch this in 4K. Both the Twitch app and the Android app supports it. On iPad you have to watch in browser. I don't think the iPad app is updated yet with support. But yeah, mobile viewers can for sure watch this. Okay. So I think this colored heat shrink is way too... Yeah, I'm just gonna... What am I gonna do with this? Oh. What am I gonna do with this? Nothing. It's the biggest red heat shrink I have. Useless. But a ring of electrical tape should do. Should I do more whilst I'm doing these? Alright, I was gonna do the USB-C one. Ah, that's just right. So I'm gonna make one more for a USB-C cord. Perfect. And then the red one we should cut off just... No. No. I was gonna put a piece of red tape, but if I do it like this, you'll still see the difference between red and... Like that's... It's good enough. And I can replace it with red... red tape whenever I... Red heat shrink. Can order some. Shut off the fan. And turn on the heat gun. Let's give it a try. Silly me not thinking of you guys. Turning the camera. Plug, plug. Oh yeah, look at these leads. And I picked some plugs which can have a second set of plugs in them. So you can plug in the clamp to them as well. In case you want to power two things with the same voltage. For example. Like that. You can daisy chain. I mean, if I put these plugs on the clips, you can do way more. But I don't think I'm going to be using the double all that much. So, let alone need to stack them up more. Should I put clips on them? I kind of want to put the female for these plugs, so I can use so I can use these hooks to grip GPIO pins, for example. Let me show you. For low current applications, at least, like powering a test board with a couple of watts, these are very nice because you can hook them around the GPIO and around the red like that, and then you can power things. So I kind of would like to solder them to these leads, but I only have one set and I don't have this female plug, whatever that is called. I guess these are like 2.5 millicent. I can probably research what they're called, or I just take these and cut them off. I mean, no, I wanna keep them because then it's the same plug as goes for these alligator clips. So I could just put whatever end I need to clamp on. I mean, these things are normally for measuring. But hey, output, low voltages, that works just fine. And the other cable I was going to make, where did I put it? I wrapped it up neatly. So I was going to make this cable, and I put it somewhere smart. I mean, this was 2 hours ago, so where do I know where it went? I know where it should be, but that's not where it is. See it. Put it within arm's reach where I would find it. Great place. If I only would have remembered it. So next we're making a USB-C cable. For, actually let's heat shrink these. Or when you just want to power something with a weird voltage. This cable has the potential to destroy things. Check the connections, yeah. So this is going to be like an easy way to murder things. Actually, come to think of it, I'm not going to use this cable. I'm going to throw this cable away. I experimented with, maybe you can see it. I experimented with a shallower USB-C and how good of a connection I could get. So, I mean, it's not a lot. It's not a lot. But I was trying to save some space. So these were sacrificial cables. So you can see there, that is just ever so slightly shorter, hoping to be able to save some depth on the connector. But they end up bottoming out, so it really didn't save any space at all. It was a failure. So this cable is junk. I didn't notice, but luckily I have the other end. These are pretty nice. These are 100 watt rated cables. So pretty nice. For what I'm going to be doing. I mean, I'm going to be pushing like 20 watts tops. Oh, let me check that link jack. Oh, electro boom.
Definitely shorted. Let's plug it in. Hopefully nothing will happen and I'll know. Oh jeez. Wow. I better clean it up before they see it. Well, I basically ran away. The breaker for all the room outlets just popped and I can't reset it, so hotel has to fix that for me.
Yeah. This is the kind of cable that definitely is risky to have around, because if I leave the power supply on and then it's just lying here on the table next to this actual USB PD one and you plug it in, sheesh, probably put some most scary tape on it. So I really don't mistake it with something else. Sounds good to me. We don't need any PD communication, but we're going. Super mega rapid. Instant charging. No, not instant. This is only a 10 amp supply. So that's 300 watts max. Well, okay, if you put 300 watts in a 12 watt hour battery, that would be pretty much instant. I think we can use some very much more reasonable gauge for this. I don't think... Do I have any? I don't want to use loose cables. I want to use... Frankly, I kind of should have used a USB cable, just the whole length of it, maybe? Ooh, this is a nice cable that I could use. This is a stretchy cable. Two-stranded stretchy cable. I was just going to pull the PCBs off. Nope, not that. Not that. I prefer my cables to be separated rather than like I buy them as individual colors. I don't have many sleeved cables, but this will do. Oh, that cable was a remnant from when this cable was a remnant from when I DC powered my Mac Mini. That should be plenty long. Oh, I could have used the whole cable, yes. I need to strip way more on this side. Because they need to connect to the jacks. So maybe that much?
It's 11 o'clock.
Oh, really? 11 o'clock. Oh, I didn't really. Am I gonna solder these as well? Maybe. Kinda have to. They're too skinny for the plug. So they wouldn't make a very good connection if I screwed them in. I wouldn't feel safe with that. There we have, so solder this. And then some heat shrink. Do we have some thin stuff? We do. Let's prepare 2 more connectors. No screw and no screw. We need heat shrink for these 2, which was that size, right? That's almost too tight, but it's gonna work. No snow, we'll see. We still have summer tires on the car. It's been cold. We had -10 today, but no snow. When we're doing this, we probably want even more depth of field. We're now at f8. Should be really solid and less focus hunting. And at f8, we're still at ISO 6400. So that seems like a better idea. I like that. There's more focus. All right, soldering. Just like, what am I doing? Alright, not silicon wires. Cox. Cox. That's gonna be fine. So since they're non-silicon wires, they melt when soldering them. That'll be the difference. Hi, Sarah. Yeah, oh shit, the title. Does it still say cooking stream? I mean, I guess you could argue on cooking cables. Yup. Let me do something about that. Now let's have soldering. Let's cook the heat shrink. And then put the heat shrink over the heat shrink and over the connector. I did not prepare this. That's nice. But it's easier doing now before we put on the other end's connector. How are you doing, Sat? I mean, I'd argue that at this point I'm still ahead with planning. Like, so often I have to desolder because I forgot to put on heat shrink. I mean, this is nothing. Now we're for sure planning ahead. Oh, you did? How did that go, Sat? Was it fun to use? I find woodworking machines like table saws just so intimidating. I have so much respect for them. If this ends up not being long enough between the wires, I can always splice it open more. But let's assume it's the perfect length. I say, and give myself just a little bit more. And then I'm going to put some heat shrink over the junction. Just to keep it neat. Does this fit? Good. Henrik levererar. How you doing, buddy? It's almost too thick solder wire for this. But it's gonna be fine. I'm just soldering an electrical connection. This is nothing fancy. Right, because this one isn't silicone wire, I can't push it in after the fact because it will just melt the sleeving. This is fine. It will still hold. There we go. I mean, how many bots are we gonna push? Like 20 maybe? So it really doesn't need to be solid for 300 watts. It's not a bad idea. Oh. That will do. It's hot, but You want to see a close-up? Let's see if we can get both of them in shot. Let's just grab one. It's like, because it's PVC sleeving, I can't really make it that much neater. Well, camera, where are we? Because it'll just melt the sleeving itself. But I think that's good enough for what I'm doing. If they were silicone sleeving, it'd be much easier. Not that this was particularly hard, but it would have helped. I kind of want to blow something up now with this very sketchy USB-C cable. That'd be kind of fun. Hi, Savarius. Looks really good. The stream or the connector? Chat, are you able to watch this in 4K? I bet most of you haven't even noticed. But yes, this is 4K HEVC on Twitch. I'm only watching it on a 1080p screen, but I still think it looks absolutely amazing. The 1080p feed is 5 megabits, and the 4K is 10. Even 360p looks good. Nice. Then why are we stressing about high res? We can stream in 360p. The data savings. So I don't like how fragile this bit is. Like, I definitely need to grab the heat shrink pulling them out. This would have been a really good use for that red heat shrink to thicken this up and sort of connect them together and make them sturdier somehow. But it's very easy just grabbing the heat shrink up here when pulling out the banana plug. Should we try it? Just got a bit worried here. So we don't have it plugged into something by accident. And we can kill the fan, soldering station, and hot air station. There we go. It turns on. It is happy. Screen of this thing is so dim. It's like hard to see. And also if it would focus. 5 volts. Nice. And if we turn it up. Yes. Yes. Give it all you got. This would make an iPhone really sad. Should we try it on something? So yeah, you might wonder what is this cable for? And it's actually for this PCB. So this is a bit of a weird one. It's a Radix A Rock 5A, and it has USB-C, and it does PD. But not only that, it actually does DC input. So I can turn it on with this very sketchy cable now set at 7 watts. Boop. And it turns on and it's happy. And as soon as it boots up, you can read the power draw values, boop, on the power supply. And now, because these are variable, it's a variable voltage power supply, I can compare at what voltage this board is most efficient doing streaming. So I can't do it right now because I only have one account and that is being used to stream. I guess I could set it up to a self-hosted server, but the theory is, and why I made this cable, is to be able to power boards like this one, and yeah, compare power draw at different voltages with different loads, because it does onboard regulation. So I can test just streaming without powering any peripherals, and it would be, you know, it idles at what, 1.4, and it streams at like 1.7. But yeah, I can now explore. We can explore this with the idle too. It's like just above 1 volt, and then I can turn it up to 20 before it gets very sad. So like let's go 12 and a half. And now the idle draw is, I'd say, higher. I mean, of course, without data logging, you wouldn't really know for sure. And also the SoC is warming up, so it naturally would increase over time. But it seems to me like it's maybe 0.2 average higher at 12, which makes a lot of sense because it's got to go down to what, 1.8 watts for the CPU. So it's a higher delta. And then it should shut off at like 6 watts? 6 volts, sorry. 5? Ooh, 5.4? Maybe I should have the LED visible. So the blinking blue light means that the software is running. So we're at 4.79 volts without browning out. And I mean, this power supply is 10 amps. So I mean, that's still 40 volts. I don't know what it's limited at. It's not full power. It's probably limited at 3-4 amps. We can turn it up. Doesn't matter. We're not going to toast the board. So 4.3. Like this is definitely lower than it was at 12.6. Like we're down below 1 watt quite a lot. But I'm starting to hear a slight hiss from the board. Very faint, like it's sad and unhappy. That's quite amazing actually, that it runs at 4.3. And why is that interesting? Well, if you power it off V-mount, MPF batteries, or 2S batteries basically, then the cutoff voltage most of the time is 6 volts. But it definitely is safe to go down to 5. Depending on how much current draw you have, of course. So with a 2S battery, you would never be at 4.3. But if you're at a 1S battery, well, then it would be down to 2.5 volts. And I'm pretty sure the board would be sad if I did that. Because then it would need to boost the voltage for 5 volts peripherals. Like if I just plug in like a 5 volt camera to the board itself, I think it would brown out. Because right now, probably nothing on the board itself uses more than 3 volts. Like I would imagine the Wi-Fi module running on 3.3 and the onboard is a 3.3 and a 1.8, but nothing on board uses 5 volts, so that's probably why it's quite happy at 4.3. So yeah, let's shut the board off and unplug this dangerous wire. And with time, we're gonna figure out something safe to do. We're for sure never gonna leave it turned on and plugged in. So that's like a definite constraint for myself, that if I ever use this precarious cable, it's gonna be plugged out right after. But this is definitely gonna be useful for things. I'm curious to explore PD devices if they are, for example, supporting 9 volt PD power, and I feed them just 9 volt DC. Will they be happy or sad? Will they block incoming current, or will they provide the device with power? I don't know. I haven't seen any convincing evidence online with my very limited research, to be honest. But now I have a murder cable in case I ever want to murder something. If I want to send something to the grave with a puff of white smoke, I can now do that. And the other cables we were making today that were longer, we didn't figure out what we want to do with them. So one thing we can do is add female banana plugs, which I don't have, but I do have these. The through plugs. But frankly, they don't connect very neatly. No. Because I could extend them this way, but I don't want to do that. Yeah, we should probably just put new clamps, because these shorter leads are going to be useful for other things. Do I have 2 crocodile clamps? Like, I wish I ordered crocodile clamps, but I don't think I have ordered crocodile clamps. So I should not have crocodile clamps. That is most unfortunate. And even if I did, I don't really want classic crocodile clamps. Because, clamps like these are so weak, puny. But then again, they're the best I have right now. So what I could do is I could sacrifice these leads and just move these clamps to the new. I could just solder them back later if I change my mind and order nicer ones. I want to have these short as spares. That's actually something I can do. I don't know if they're soldered or crimped. Crimped. What the heckers? No, they're soldered too. I was like, are they only crimped? But they didn't give many fucks. Half of the strands are outside the soldering pad. And the other half are soldered on both of them. So, someone just had a bad day or what? China. I mean, China makes amazing stuff. Sorry, I sounded rude there. It's just low quality stuff. That's just because I bought affordable. They make good stuff too. Oh, we need. Almost forgot. Short circuit protecting thingies. Chat, have you seen this game? Finnish. Is it Garden Simulator? I don't remember. Something Finnish simulator that looks so similar to my summer car. I've been thinking, like, is it the same dev who made both games? If so, it's like probably similarly wonky, similar like getting over it, frustration, humor, irritation, awesomeness. That is sufficiently overkill. I've looked at these leads with a thermal camera, and these you should not put 100 and 200 watts through these alligator clips. They just don't make enough connection for that to be safe. But pretty much anything I work with is below 50 watts. So for my use case, they're acceptable. I'm gonna put it on the shopping list to get some better alligator clips. It shouldn't be expensive. Cool. So that's the black lead. My camera work is leaving a lot to desire. Sorry, chat. You can imagine what happened. You can see in 4K, but you can't see what I'm doing because I'm not filming it. I think one thing, at the desk at least, one thing that would truly help was to have to hook up a monitor that is a live feed. I have like cottage simulator, different dev, but look very similar to my summer car. Frankly, I think it's a intentional similarity. No, isn't it? I think it is intentional. DataGut came in before and said, Mr. Hot Glue. I'm like, I don't use the hot glue gun that much. And then when I come up here, it's on my desk, not packed away. Well, I do kind of use it a lot. I mean, it's the perfect tool so often. Have a good night, Sadicus. Thanks for stopping by. I think we could be done with soldering for now. I don't think we're gonna make it so we can solder on the PCBs. I'm gonna remove a couple of USB port and solder some Wi-Fi chips to the board. How many Wi-Fis do I need? Is 2 enough? I mean, 2 clients is enough, but it could be nice being 2 clients and 1 hotspot. The thing is, that's a lot of Wi-Fi, and I can't set channels. So I think if I'm running a camera as a Wi-Fi source, other than my home Wi-Fi, I don't think I should use like wireless internet connections. And I say home Wi-Fi because my home Wi-Fi will I can steer the spectrum. I can say which band it should transmit on, but I can't do that on, say, a phone hotspot. Error. What's going on? I cannot connect to remote. Oh, now the remote is connected. Okay. Well, the stream didn't notice that, so that's fine. It's whatever. But my dashboard gave me a couple of errors. That's all fine. So these will go in the electronics box, and maybe I'll find a use for them. I mean, it's a pre-terminated banana plug lead. Who doesn't need that? I just realized I have a lot of uses for that. I mean, it's temporarily soldering it onto something. Like a PD trigger or a PD supply. Basically making my own PD charger, but nah, I don't think I'm gonna need it right now. I think there's better solutions for that. Like using a wall charger. I have 6 USB ports in that power strip and another 3 in that brick. And 1 here, but that is reliant on this being on. So yeah, there's enough USB. We're gonna cut this apart. Should we do that right now? This is what I'm most tempted of doing. I'm gonna remove the PCB from inside this media mode. But that's really not what I should be doing. That's just what I want to do. What I should be doing is continue to clean my desk for one. But after that, oh, have I flashed this EMC module? I don't know. We might not use it anyway, so let's think about that another day. Let's put that aside. Oh, I'm so pleased. The banana leads I had before were like always 10 centimeters too short. And now they're 2 decimeters longer. So that's gonna be nice. Like that. Hang them off camera. Put the banana plugs back. Tweezer always stays on the desk. Never put away your tweezer. A tweezer and electric paint. You never know when you need it. The electric paint was kind of a joke. What you use electric paint for is like if a circuit board has a broken trace, you can draw on a new with electric paint. It's kind of neat. I'm upstairs. Yeah, upstairs in my house. Where are you? If you're new to the channel, and you can't watch in 4K, then if you only get like 720p option, it's because your browser doesn't support HEVC playback, which is the new on Twitch. It's gonna, everyone is gonna use it. I think in January, early January, like, now I got curious because this question is gonna come up. Oh. Ooh, I got an email from Twitch about 4K. Never mind. I've already read this in Discord. But what I was gonna do. All right. We're going to see when Dan Clancy said that HEVC was going to come out publicly. First thing next year was his wording. I actually forgot what I was doing. Right. So we started working on this yesterday, and we removed the USB 2 ports, and we're gonna continue this by removing. I kind of want to keep the Ethernet port just another moment, as it is a nice way to be able to flash a new firmware on there to be able to connect. It's already pre-configured with 3 different Wi-Fi dongles, so meaning that as soon as I plug them in, the board will get internet and I can connect to it via the internet. Just add some hot glue. I don't own any high temp hot glue. That's something that's been like on my list of things I should acquire. Because normal hot glue melts under and becomes plastic. It doesn't melt, like become gooey. That you need like 120 degrees Celsius for that, I think. And these boards don't really get that hot. But inside of a backpack, you can for sure get temps around 80 Celsius if you're unlucky. So normal hot glue becomes soft at that temperature. And we don't want that, because then it doesn't provide any mechanical protection. So high temp hot glue is something I've been meaning to get, just haven't. So you might wonder, why don't you desolder these? And there's so many components around, and there's so many layers on this PCB that it just sinks the heat all over the place. So after doing it to 3 boards and breaking 2 of them, I have come to enjoy cutting the ports off more than to desolder them. It's more enjoyable and less stress to just cut them off. Because I managed with the first board I broke, I managed to remove a capacitor that was too small for me to solder without a microscope. Like I have the tip for it. It's a 0.3 millimeter long capacitor. So I have the tip for it. I think I have... I don't think I have the component itself on the desk, but I have it in the shelf. It's... yeah, I can't show you because it's too small. But we can try to get an idea. So... in there are, no, you don't see it. You see this little transistor, and above it there's a capacitor and a resistor that sets the gate values for it. Yeah, that one. And I tried resoldering it for like probably 6 hours. Like, I think what you can see, even though we're in 4K, I bet you can... Well, let's do an iPhone photo. Oh, there we go. The iPhone is like the best microscope I have. Let's see. Oh. That didn't work. So yeah, that thing, that little bugger. Like if I had a microscope I could do it, but I don't. So I couldn't solder that back. And it sits like the black plastic piece with the pins here is the POE pins, which are these. And then between the POE pins and this, I think it's a transistor, I'm not sure actually. That one and that one. I got that one, the cap, I got that one seated, but the resistor just drove me absolutely crazy. But the board is probably still salvageable. Kind of, if I get a microscope I could probably put it back. Because other than that, the board is fine. And then I have the second one I broke desoldering before I gave up on it. That one works intermittently, and it's got this really weird fault where sometimes it can run for an hour, and sometimes it doesn't boot the first time. So if it was for me, I could probably still use that board, because it's just a matter of rebooting if it doesn't work. And it's like an old car, you might have to try to start it a couple of times before it goes. But I'm not sure I want to mess with that. And I mean, these boards are pretty affordable. They're only, I mean, shipped to Sweden, they're like $150. So not free. But you know, you can definitely write it off as a learning experiment. if I order like 20 boards at the same time, I can actually have the factory not put the plugs on at almost the same cost as retail, which is pretty sick that you can have them do that. They're kind of funny because I asked the manufacturer, like, hey, can you not populate the ports except for the M.2 slot for the Wi-Fi card, but like skip the rest, you know, skip the display header, skip the camera input, skip the HDMI output, headphone jack, fan port, and network. Just skip everything else. And they're like, if you order 50, we can do that for you. But if you only want like 10, 20, it's not enough to change the manufacturing line. But what we can do for almost no extra cost virtually is remove them for you. That's it's kind of sick. But I mean, that's the scale of manufacturing. They have so much automation and so many systems in place that I get it, you know. I get that it's less expensive just having them modify their own boards rather than make a custom. So is it just like a fattier, creamier, and slightly less cheese tasting? Like a Adelost for noobs? As soon as you add the word gädde to cheese. Oh shit. Giant flaccid penis. So I was perhaps a little... Oh god. Yeah, I went a little too ham and cut off a capacitor. Let's hope they're a part of the USB 3.0 line, because I don't need USB 3.0. Hey, pay attention to what you're doing and it's easy. Read chat. Read chat and snip. But I still have it here. That's the... If you focus. Hello? Oh, that's the cap. I'm probably gonna not put that back. We could just boot the board and see if it still works. The traces go to the USB 3.0 port, so I mean, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just voltage stabilization of the data input. It might be some sort of pull down too, I don't know. I don't know. But before we cry, or even worry about it, let's just boot up the board and see what it says. For that we need... just gonna plug in some Wi-Fi. Don't have an USB port. Can't plug in Wi-Fi. We can plug in Ethernet, because I have yet to remove that. And then we plug in power. Actually, let's monitor the power. In case it doesn't work, it's just nice to see what kind of... It's just kind of nice to see what kind of power draw we see. We expect to see upwards of 4 watts in the boot phase, but it should settle to just a watt or two. Very much looks like the normal boot voltage. 1.2, 1.6. This is fine. And also the rhythmic blinking, it's not repeating in a strange pattern like that. This is a fine board. And
It's 12 o'clock.
yeah, we're fine. It negotiates 12 volt PD. It's happy. It's just fine. We could try to communicate with it. Let me just put this down somewhere where I don't short it. There we go. It's always nice being 100% sure, even though I'm at least 60% sure that we didn't fuck anything up. Boop. I should see, I don't want to leak anything, so just hold on one moment. Yeah. 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 Just to confirm with you guys, that's the board. It says network error, trying again. Don't have to worry about that. That's just because I'm already using this BellaBox account for a different device. So it cannot connect to the cloud because the other board is already connected. So it's all good. We can power off. That's that. So board works. We're gonna ignore that capacitor and pretend like literally I'm gonna put it somewhere and forget about it because it's like a speck of dust. So I'm literally gonna forget about it. And this board is gonna be perfect anyway. We blame the grädd ädelost. Silliest thing I've ever heard. But yes. Yes we do. Yes we do. I'm gonna go and grab myself a refreshment refill. Just one moment. Look at the carnage. In the meantime. I mean, the mic may work for part of the journey downstairs. And it helps if I bring my glass. The range is like... Oh, it's supposed to be like, I don't know, 100 meters line of sight. But through walls, not as much. I would not be shocked if I see Siri in the armchair. No, she has gone to bed. But I would not be shocked if I've seen her. The refreshments were left out. I'm kind of glad we kept the network port. And I'm thinking I'm going to solder on a couple of USB ports before I remove the network port. Because unfortunately, well, no, that's not true. I have the other board that is intermittent, and the BellaBox boards are kind of cool because as long as it's the same computer, computer model. In this case, a ROC 5A. It's you can set it up from a different device and then just plug it in and it will work. So even if I need to make a new memory card for it, I can do that. Ooh, it's cold outside. I can do it from my other board. And I really should order another one just to have. Is the mic cutting out? Or are we still good? I'm outside now. It's so fresh outside. Now we're back in the office. So did we cut out? Did it work? I muted the mic for a moment there, but other than that, audio should have been with us. So I've seen this announcement that they're doing an experiment where some viewers will be offered 35% savings on subs. I don't have that. I don't get any discounts. But hey, if you have the ability to do discounted subs, I think that's pretty cool. So they've been increasing the discount from, a little bit to a little more to a lot more. And now 35% discount on 5 bundles or more. I think it's going to be great because streamers pay for this, right? Streamers actually get less. They share the cut of the savings with Twitch. 70-30 or 50-50 depending on what deal they have. So this means less money for the streamers when these bundled sub-gifts are used. But I think overall it's a win. Because ads is like the most not fun things. And if you get gifted a sub, you're more likely to watch that stream. And when your gifted sub runs out and you get ads, when you for a month have enjoyed ad-free content, I believe more people are more likely to self-sub. So it's like it sort of makes gift subbing better that they are also more affordable. It messes up subathons though. It really does mess up subathons. But let's not talk about that. Especially when it's not constant. So otherwise you could calibrate it that every time it's a 5 gift and do 30% less time. But you can't do that. Because you don't know if the person have 30%. Then again, you can assume they have 20 because everyone has 20. Okay. Phone. There. Clean up. Or should we just do the network port whilst it is messy here? I mean, the same with the network port. If I need to, I can solder on. Yeah, let's do it. I can solder on direct wires. See if we can pick this one apart. There's a soldered grounding wire to the back of the casing in this Ethernet plug. I think it's a 2.5 gig Ethernet port. I'm not 100% on that, so don't quote me, but I really think it is a 2.5 gig. Oh, this one should be pretty. Oh, let's remove the memory card. This one could be kind of easy. I think if I bend out these tabs, the whole side will wiggle, and then it's just the plastic. Yeah. And the networking have thinner metal than the USB. For most builds I keep the ports and then just solder to the bottom to get that reliable connection instead of using USB plugs. But this is going to be a carbon fiber clad pocket build. So I've actually not yet decided if I'm going to put one modem or two modems in it. So the perk of two modems is that it's sexy as heck, you know, compacting this up and making it two modems. Two modems would be slightly wider than the board, but it would definitely fit within the length of the board. So like on the back, for example, you could see it being two modems side by side, and it would make it just, you know, that much wider in total. That'd be cool. The problem being, where do I fit 8 antennas plus 2 for the Wi-Fi? That's 10 antennas, and these are the world's smallest full range antennas, just for scale. So these work for Wi-Fi, they work for cellular, 4G, 5G, and they're the world's smallest full range antenna. And yeah, 10 of them. And that's if I use one Wi-Fi. I guess the second Wi-Fi could be a dongle, frankly, because it's not a critical. That would be the internet over Wi-Fi, and the speeds are going to be great enough on this. But I think for the hotspot, because cameras are kind of finicky with RTMP transmission, I think I'm going to use this Intel AX210. We'll see. We'll see what I end up with this on this build. But yeah, that would be 10 antennas. So if I pack them in, it would be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Dude, I could actually do it. I'm pretty sure I can fit 5 antennas, SMA to SMA, across. Maybe. One moment, we need the math. 10, so it'd be 50. That's easy math. And this is 62, 60. Oh yeah, with connectors it become, like if you actually plug a 90-degree USB, it becomes like 62. So that has been my previous like minimum width. And I think that's about what 2 modem modules end up being as well, if I remember correctly. Aren't they like 30? There we go. 2 modems. Aren't they like, are they 40? 30? 40? Oh, they're 30. So yeah, if we were to put 2 of these on the back, we would be constrained to the width of the modules, which would be kind of nice. I mean, it's not a perk, it's just what it is. Because if I were to make a custom board, I could put them this way instead. It probably wouldn't end up being any more compact, because by the time you put the antenna plugs in, and the depth of the M.2 slot, unless you solder USB directly here and the SIM card directly to it, which you can do. It's just I have powered these directly off batteries before, but I haven't added the SIM cards. Kind of would be cool, just soldering the SIM card to the module itself. Like obviously not to the top, but yeah. I mean the pads on the SIM card is huge, but yeah, you can literally just solder them to the pads, add some power. I think SIM cards want 1.8 or 3.3 volts, and they're fine with either. And the board produces that anyway. So yeah, I have on the GPIO, I have 3.3 volts. I think it's on these top ones. I'm not sure. It's in the manual, whatever. So I could do it without the carrier board completely, because like normally you would put them in a carrier board. Like this. Because they have the SIM card slot, right? So you plug your SIM card in there. And they have some voltage regulation to make the SIM card happy, and some capacitors, and they also provide the modem module with I actually haven't measured, but it supports 4.2 to 2.65, I think. So it's basically like a lipo cells voltage range the module supports. And it has its own voltage regulator on board. But I think the idea is that Qualcomm, who designs the modem modules, I think their idea is that their modem modules are going to be powered by phones. So they just keep it at 1S, the voltage range. I mean, this modem is made by Quictel, but it's on a Qualcomm X62 design. So yeah, all of this is just capacitors, because the 5 volt coming from whatever computer you plug this in is shit. So you have all of these input capacitors to make sure you can draw peak currents, and then inductor to resist the changes in voltage, and a little regulator chip. And this is the regulator chip for the SIM card, so it doesn't do, it's just power. All of this is just power handling. None of it is anything fancy. I think the SIM card has a pull down resistor to detect the SIM card. I don't think that's done by the modem module, but I can be wrong. Whatever. That would be pretty easy to figure out if I were to customize and make the modem not use a carrier board. And it's kind of attractive because this weighs, I think, 8 grams, and the carrier board, even though that's like the smallest carrier board you can have, weighs like 38 grams or something. So it would be lighter. It wouldn't actually be this light because I still need to solder wires and then the weight of the solder stuff. So it would probably close to double when you actually add a SIM card. A big disadvantage is how inconvenient it would be to replace the SIM card, which kind of would be fine for me, but you know, if you sell it to someone, they're gonna want to expect to change SIM cards. Twitch supports 4K streaming. You can watch this exact stream in 4K HEVC right now. It's a part of an alpha testing team. All the beta testers gets 1440p, which is 2K, and it's live for all beta testers. Apparently 21,000 people are beta testing it at the moment. So that's pretty cool. Twitch is upping the quality. So the bitrate is just slightly more than before. On 1440 it's 7 megabits where it used to be 6 megabits before. But the codec is 30% more efficient or so. So the actual quality will be quite nice. Not a huge leap, but quite nice. So on this stream, the 4K feed, is HEVC, and so is the 1080p. And then the 720p and down are AVC or H.264, like Twitch used to be. So if you can only see the stream in 720p, it's kind of funny because the title says 4K, right? So if you come in here like, oh, I want to watch 4K, it's kind of hilarious that you can only see 720p unless you have HEVC support. So it's kind of kind of silly. But yeah, if you see 720p, make sure your system is up to date. Enable hardware decoding. We talked within the alpha testing team about how to communicate this to the viewers. And I saw one of the beta tester, Memb TV. He has a bot command who links guides to how you activate HEVC, like where you get the plugins and where you click to turn it on in Chrome. So short, I wouldn't call it history lesson, but whatever. Twitch do not care what resolution you stream. Twitch only cares about what bitrate you send. So for as long as I can remember, you've always been able to stream at 4K or 6K or 10K, whatever your computer desires. It's just you're limited to 6 megabits, or actually you're limited to 8 megabits, but that's if you go beyond the recommendation. But you can stream at 8 megabits without Twitch cutting you off. That's been a thing always, but because 6 or 8 megabits is really not enough for 4K in AVC codec, no one has done it because it looks really bad. It's much better to upscale 1080p than to just push 4K to the few people that have 4K monitors. I think, yeah, Savaris was watching before on a 4K 32-inch monitor in full screen, and it looked amazing. So clearly there's some viewers that run 4K screens, but I think it's rare. I had a discussion the other day about IRL streaming setups catching on fire, and that's like always a risk when you're working with batteries that they catch on fire. Happens all the time. But I've only seen it happen once within the IRL community. There was a Finnish streamer and their power bank caught on fire. It was kind of amazing because they were in a bowling alley and it was caught by the CCTV of the bowling alley. So they actually had like third person view of the fire. Speaking of fire, high fire. So you can actually see the backpack catching on fire, and it was amazing. And then, because I mean, as soon as it caught on fire, the power goes out and the stream cuts off. So you can't stream your own rig catching on fire. So that he had CCTV footage of it is amazing. Really cool. Love that. But it happened once more today. And today is much sadder, actually. Because today it happened to one of my friends. And here's the kicker. With a rig that I have built. That's not fun. So yeah. Now I've experienced it firsthand. One of my rigs have caught on fire. I have not yet CSI'd it. So I don't know what happened. And who's to be blamed and the severity of it. No one was injured. The streamer managed to put it out. He said that he stopped the fire before it got to the batteries. So it was not battery related. So I really don't know what would have short-circuited, but something short-circuited. And it makes me want to cover any client rig ever in non-conductive epoxy, so the risk of shorting is 0. But I very much look forward to getting my hands on this rig to investigate what happened and learn from that. And I was, kind of sad for the streamer because I mean it's an expensive rig that's caught on fire, and I assumed it was the batteries first, and I don't think it's a warranty thing where a couple of batteries set themselves on fire 6 months later. So I was sad for him losing his rig, but he has insurance on it. So yeah, likely it's going to turn into an insurance claim. So that's very good for him, and most likely I can repair it, whatever it was that happened. I don't know if it was one of the modems, so it's a 2 modem build. So I don't know if it was one of the modems or if it was the single board computer inside or charger, voltage regulators, something caught on fire. He said it so light-hearted. His case is semi-opaque, so you can see the indicator lights blinking inside, but it's not clear or glass or anything like that. It's just slightly opaque. And he turned it on and he plugged in a USB-C cable and he saw a light that he didn't recognize inside. And there was a fire, and I don't know how he put it out. Like, he was at DreamHack all day, so perhaps Jack. It depends on like what wording was used, because he specifically signed an insurance for this piece of hardware. It's not, he doesn't have like a general business experience. He doesn't have like a general business insurance. He has an insurance for the piece of hardware. So I don't know the deal. It happened earlier today, but I'm very happy that he put out the fire before anyone got hurt. And I look forward to investigating what happened. Hi, Mike. Is it different? Is it cool? I haven't watched my own stream in 4K. I've only watched it on a 1080p monitor so far. But I have the iMac that is 5K. And the TV, of course. But it doesn't have a device hooked up that can play back 4K on Twitch. So we'll see. We don't have an Apple TV or anything like that. Right, let's cut off the port. I don't know if the Twitch app on Apple TV is updated for HEVC or not. I don't know. I mean, it could be. I just don't know. Jack says that Android TV isn't. Twitch tends to give Apple devices updates before Android devices. And some things only Apple devices have, like being able to zoom in the live stream, I think is only on iOS, but I don't know. Android might have it now. I know none of the Android phones we have can do it, but they are older Android phones, so. Yeah. The normal Android app, has the 4K. Yes, yes. Do it, Mike, for science. It is true that, like what Rispa says, that the camera quality can make even standard definition feel like Ultra HD. Jack makes that example, has made that example in the past. He co-owned, if I recall correctly, an old broadcasting truck with like 540p cameras, like analog cameras with digital converters that are like standard definition, I think. Was it 720? I think it was lower. I think it was like 540p. And then they upscale it to, I don't know, 720, 1080? Not sure. And it definitely looks really nice. So, yeah, resolution is in everything. SD PAL. Yeah, that sounds like it would be 540, but I'm unsure. It might be 480. I don't know. Low resolution, anyway. And was it you, Riz, who said that this stream looks good in 360p as well? I don't know if it was you. Someone said it. I thought it was kind of funny. Hi, Pag. Wait, Pog? What's your name supposed to be? Pog? Man, I don't know. Yeah, some late nights tinkering. Oh, you're from Denmark. Oh, so it's a Danish name? That's cool. Oh, Linux is, Well, I think you can do it on Linux. I think you can. But Oh, your name is Emil. That's not a conventional Danish name, is it? Sounds like a Swedish name, if you ask me. Let me check. I know you're a tinker, Mike, and open beta Linux support, but that's just for streaming. Let's see if we can type Linux playback and find something. HEV encoding, no. Linux playback for HEV content. It's a Linux problem, not a Twitch problem, okay? Chrome doesn't work. Give me Linux support. HEV currently it doesn't work on Linux. Shouldn't 720p be better bitrate? He compiled Chromium himself with local HEV libraries linked and got it working. He didn't do a good job and a lot of stuff was funky. I gave Thorium a shot and it worked with HEV, but I don't have quite enough research into it if I can trust that source myself yet or not. The mainline browsers are just not built / set up with proper support to hook up, and it's probably intentional. Okay. It sounded like a half clever person saying this. And it doesn't sound bright, Mike. But AV1 will probably work. So that's a plus. Sheesh, I know absolutely very little. I was going to say nothing, but I'm not completely clueless. But if I were to upgrade my CPU, I would ask someone. I'm out of the loop. I used to follow the scene and, you know, whatever. But I don't see anyone saying Intel is better. Literally no one says Intel is better. The only people I feel that are buying Intel are sponsored streamers, or which aren't buying it, or people that have this ingrained belief that Intel is better. But I don't know. I only listen to Twitch chat, and Twitch chat tells me that, I mean, for gaming, the X3D chips is the GOAT. But I don't know. Yeah. We need a new CPU. Soonish. It's kind of, I mean, hello, we're streaming 4K, so I mean, it works. Though this is only 30p. I decided to try 30 FPS today because I knew the camera was mostly going to sit on a tripod. And then I think 30 is just fine. It's when you're like running around on a gimbal that I sometimes feel 30 gets kind of choppy. But I don't know about you, but like on a tripod like this, 30 is all you need, right? It's different as well, I think, 30 with a good camera and something like a GoPro using UVC or whatever. Well, GoPro doesn't do that, but a GoPro streaming, for example, in 30. It's not like a solid 30, it's more of a 27 sometimes and 30 sometimes. That looks very bad. But that's, you know, for other reasons. Look at all those coils. Oh, focus. Look at all those coils. Isn't better now. 8 coils? What are they doing? Is it China spying us? No, it's a standard thing in a plug. I don't know. Does it... are they inductors? Or are they... Okay, what are they? I just know they're in there. And on the back we have a controller of some sort and an array of 4 smaller capacitors and 1 larger. You do some high-end gaming, huh? Or is it esport titles and you want like high resolution 400 FPS in CSGO? Yeah, for sure, Jack. Well, I guess if you want to play CSGO in 4K at 360 frames per second, you know, if you're one of the few who has a $4,000 monitor, are you CPU bottleneck on a 4070? We are running Intel 7700K, which is like a 6-year-old i7. That is definitely bottlenecking our 3090 Ti. This is kind of like laying a puzzle, but backwards. I kind of like it, not gonna lie. If you're new in chat, oh, you follow my wife too? Woohoo! Thank you, Emil. I have been desoldering these that good, but it's so stressful, and 2 out of 3 times I actually failed. One time I bumped off a tiny resistor that is 0.3 millimeters, and I don't have a microscope. So I just find it so much more stressless, if that's a word. Just use a side cutter. If done right, it probably should take longer, but these boards are so dense with like components right next to the pads that I find them sort of tricky, and they're double-sided, so I can't just put them on a hot plate. I try that. So yeah. Yeah. So here I made a little boo-boo. I guess we have to use the enhancer. This board only has one 3.0 port from now on. Boop. I wrapped the pads off, didn't I? Probably did. I'm gonna zoom in for you guys to see. Yeah. Yeah, I did. I think I might have fucked that one too. I might have fucked 2 out of them. But they're only for the data leads. But that one is definitely fucked. Dude, kind of funny. I said things you should always have on your desk is electric paint. So I mean, I could scrape off some of the trays and then add the electric paint back. It wouldn't hold it mechanically, but it would conductively hold it. So we could repair it. Just not going to. Because the board works just fine without it. Honestly, that USB 3.0 port might work anyway, but these ports are... I think most USB 3 ports work like this, where they... where they have the 4 USB ports plus the 5 USB 3 ports. So you have both 2 and 3, and it absolutely works just plugging the 2 ports. So I have 4 USB 2s, and for anything streaming related, USB 2 is good enough because these boards do not support capture cards that can do 4K 60. They just don't, so yeah. That's right, Jack. Yeah. All right. CPUs are not that expensive, huh? I mean, a Threadripper Pro for $17,000, I would classify that as very expensive. But I thought the 5700 X3D was like a high-end CPU. But I guess it's a high-end consumer desktop CPU. It's pretty cool. Last I bought a CPU was a 6900K, and I spent $1,000 on that, plus I think $400 for the motherboard. So that was a very expensive. I mean, that's like what people spend on a whole computer. It's one of my dumber things to do. Because frankly, it couldn't cope with X264 in slow anyway. So it's like I couldn't max out software encoding. And it was, I think it was a couple more frames in PUBG, which I played at the time. But it was not worth $1,000 upgrade. Or like the total bill was more $1,500. But hey, when you're a baby streamer and you make a little money, sometimes you do bad stuff. Or questionable choices, I should say. Yeah, I think phones are like amazing what we can do with them today. Regarding data goods comment, but like if you're a person who likes to upgrade your phones and you have like the iPhone 15 and then you get the iPhone 16, you can put the iPhone 15 at home, connecting it to your home Wi-Fi, and then get the iPhone 16 and you can stream for free from your iPhone 16 back to your iPhone 15 at home, bonded. Amazing. What am I doing on this stream? Can I introduce myself? Hi. Rigaros. My name is Johannes. I'm a Swede. Most of my friends are non-Swedes, which is the language, which explains why the language is English. But I do understand Swedish, and feel free to type as much as you want in Swedish. Though chat is more fun when everyone is inclusive and speaks the same language. This is more of a test stream for my wife. I might come back to streaming full time. I used to stream IRL when I was playing ice hockey or when I was gardening. Before that, I streamed video games. My main game was Farming Simulator or Euro Truck Simulator, games like that. That was my jam. I did play a lot of Dota, but not that much. A couple of months. So, not a lot of gaming. If I did game today, it would be Farming Sim 25. Ooh, my summer car. Sheesh, that was a good time. I spoke about my summer car. Oh, and a bit of casino too. Yeah. For like a couple of months, I mained casino. Sheesh, the money was good. But today, I build IRL streaming setups for other people. And this is for me, which is why I'm being a bit vicious with it. You fixed it, Mike? Sorry for the derail. Are you watching in 4K now? 4K. A nice upgrade. Can you tell? So yeah, most of the content this family produces is on twitch.tv/Siri, where we do family content, where I'm mostly a camera operator. Sometimes I host a show too. And on my channel, it's tech and testing. At least the last couple of months, it's been tech and testing. But if I were to come back to streaming, like I said, Farming Sim, likely. I would perhaps touch Finnish Simulator, whatever the game is called. And renovating the garage is my next big project, because we need this bedroom that I'm in. This is the tech office in the house, but we need it for a bedroom. So we're gonna insulate the garage, and I'm gonna move my whole workshop out there, which is much better because now I have all my machining tools out there, and I have my tech office in here, and I would personally much rather combine them. I need to make a very separate dirty and clean area, of course, since mixing electronics and welding is not perhaps the smartest. But it's going to be awesome. Put a little 3D printer out there. Fingers crossed, hopefully getting a CNC mill to speed up my prototyping and making like carbon fiber panels and stuff. Routing holes for USB-C connectors, stuff like that. So nothing big, like I don't need to machine aluminum or nothing, just mostly carbon fiber actually. That'd be nice. iPhones can be a bit tricky to replace the batteries in, because you need quite a lot of force. You need quite a lot of force to separate the glue from the glass. So unless you use heating to soften the glue, you can end up pulling too firmly, ripping off the connector for the battery. Like I could pretty much show you. I don't know what this is. I think I think it could be like a 4 or a 5. I don't know. I also don't know where my screwdriver went. It's not rocket science. Not that one. This one? 0.6? Not sure. This is past my eyesight. So I'm just trying to see where it goes. Nope. Are they Torx before they went for the pendulum screws? Or the whatever they're called? No. Is it this one? No. No. Must be this one. Oh, there's our even smaller P2. Ah, there we go. So it's not rocket science. It's 2 screws. And then I think this one is mistreated enough that I might be able to not use suction or heat. There it went. No, wait. There it went. I have a feeling I might be able to just get into it. Yeah. So you probably want to use a suction cup to open it up, but because this one has hit the floor a couple of times and the glue is old, you can pry it open just gently. All the way around. And then you look inside and it has this connector that you have to be careful not to rip off. I've done that in the past. Oh, and it has one connector at the top too. Interesting. So is this a plug or do you need to screw it off? So probably don't jank the cable. It's probably a bad idea. Yeah, it's a little screw that holds the speaker. But this seems like yeah, it's just a connector. So yeah, you just pull off that connector for the battery and then you open it up. That's it. And there's the battery. Do they have the forbidden tape or is it screwed in? Probably forbidden tape. Yeah, I think they might have the same battery. They're definitely the same voltage, but I wouldn't be shocked if there's actually the same cell between the 4 and 4S, 4 and 5S. Like I don't even know which one this is, but yeah, they're the same essentially. I don't think those generation have any battery upgrades. So then it's these 2 screws, and then you lift the battery out. Phillips screws, kind of weird. That was too big. What I'm trying to say here, by just showing you how it's done, is that it's not that tricky. You can break it. I have broken it. Lead screw. Hi, Throxin. You pull that little thing off, And there's a little tab for your battery that you pull off like that. And then the battery is essentially free. Before they used to have pull tabs. Well, the modern you have pull tabs. Or even electrically, like you can apply a voltage to remove it. But I don't think this one has that. So it's glue, and I don't see any pull tabs. So I presume if you heat the back, the glue comes off. But since this is I presume broken phone, I'm just gonna violence it a bit to get it out. Is there really no pull tabs?
It's 1 o'clock.
Not on the sides. I mean, the iFixit. iFixit guide probably shows you if there's pull tabs or not. But I don't think there are, so you would really want to heat this up from the back to make life easy. How much heat? Not 200 degrees, that's for sure. "4K video at 2 seconds latency." Oh, then also I'm streaming from the Bella box, so there's another 4 seconds to Twitch from my end. That's a better idea than heat. This is, I mean, if this was a charged battery, this would be really questionable. Yeah. I think it's like 7 seconds total latency. Jack, you have better ideas than I do. Yeet. Swim in isopropylene alcohol. Like, what are the odds that I have one of these iPhones just next to me, ready to remove a battery? I think that's pretty cool. Oh, so easy. And then you can apply some more. But I'm just going to violence it, because this battery is going to be recycled anyway. And it doesn't work. Doesn't hold a charge. Probably don't want to use my Sunday tweezers for it though. More alcohol. Could probably use a Nipex. The ultimate battery removal tool. Sure looks like it has pull tabs. But hey, you are going to replace it anyway, so as long as your battery isn't charged, there's very little risk of explosions. These look like they could be pull tabs. Ah, they are. Yeah, okay. So what I thought was a part of the battery management on the battery were the pull tabs. Aww, but the pull tabs are so satisfying. Swoop. Swoop. Anyway, that's how you remove it. Then you grab your new one, put in the new stickers, put that in, plug in the connector, boom, put back the little shield, boom, connect the Touch ID sensor, click, and you close it again. Oh yeah, apply a new glue strip around. And don't drop it. Don't drop it twice. So yeah, That's a battery replacement in an iPhone. This is an A1457. Whatever that is. Google will tell you what that is. A1457. Put it in the wrong order. You start with the top when you put it in the frame. There you go. Otherwise you have a bad time. Oh! Don't press too hard either, because then you crack the screen. You might get glass in your fingers. The form factor of these things are amazing. Like if these things had like modern, high resolution OLED screens, dude, I think I would prefer it over 16 Pro. This is a small 16 Pro. You know? Now I need a screen replacement tutorial too. Yes. Like, this is absurd when you think about the fact that this is a small 16 Pro. Like, just look at the camera bump. When you like, oh, that's a phone camera, this is a phone camera. Yeah. Absurd. Absolutely absurd. I think it was hilarious that it broke. I didn't intend for it to break. I don't mind it breaking. Yeah, this is... I have a fun maybe project for it. But it's still viable for it. We'll see. Cool. Now we know how that works. Now I'm actually going to put it in a cardboard box so it doesn't shatter glass everywhere. And I'm going to write iPhone 5S on it. Did you replace the bottom screws? No. No. For what I'm gonna potentially use it for, it won't matter. And I don't think I will. Like, I kind of had it there to remove the battery, actually, to recycle it, because raw materials and all that. And I guess you could recycle the PCB too to get the gold out and whatnot, but no, I think it's kind of funny to see where we came from and where we are now. Like, whenever someone is saying that they're sad that Apple is removing the SIM cards, when the fact that a nano SIM card, the smallest we have, one of these things, are larger than a 1 terabyte memory chip, then it kind of gives you a perspective to how stupid it is to have a SIM card. When I don't have an actual, but this is a good example, or a comparison really. So an actual eSIM chip is smaller than the little chip I have in my hand, and you could fit like 4 of these. This is a network controller. This is a 1 gig network controller. So yeah, an eSIM chip would be maybe half of this size, doing the same thing, actually doing more things, because an eSIM chip can hold, I think, like 8 different SIM cards. I don't know, whatever, but yeah, they're amazing. Sure, these are convenient if you have modems and phones. I get it. I get it. Yeah, they just cover the space for the NA models. I mean, it's just like a transitional phase. Like Apple want to transition quicker than the market wants to transition. You dislike Apple products when you were 8? What did they do? What did they do for you? Yeah. iSIM when it's in the SoC, that's even better. How many of you could read the the number? Okay, well. How big is your TV, Mike? I don't think it's a phone number on here. It's it's a SIM card number. This is a Thailand SIM, like a prepaid Thailand SIM. So I don't think it's a problem. A 65-inch, yeah. I'm gonna try to figure out a way to watch this back on our TV. I also only have a Linux laptop, so I don't know how I'm gonna do it. Ooh, maybe the iPad supports outputting to a 4K screen that is 16:9, like as a second screen. I don't know if the iPad can do that. Maybe. Can you read the numbers? I bet you can. Let's clean up. No, wait. I got sidetracked. I'm not done yet. We're gonna remove this last little bit. Speaking of iFixit, Jack, I so often think about the iFixit kit. For those who don't know, it was Jack who got it. How much would it cost to replace a S4 battery? If I were to guess, the battery itself, $35. And then the work takes someone who knows what they're doing 15 minutes. So maybe another $20 if you find the right guy. So I think in like Swedish money, 350 to 500 Swedish crowns. Yeah, and it's not difficult. And if it's not your main phone, and if you wouldn't cry if you break it, I would definitely do it myself. It's great fun. Learning how to break things. I mean, I only broke the phone a little bit. I got, a slight crack in the display. But that's part of the fun, eh? It's still very usable. The thing with tools, Jack, is also like you have the tools then. So you can use it for something else. It's kind of how I reasoned when I did the front, when I renovated the front end of our car. I did spend like $600 on tools to make the life easier and safer, buying like proper jack stands and stuff. But I think it was all worth it because I still have the tools, and even with buying the tools, I mean most of the cost was buying a bearing puller. It was still half cost of handing it in. And if I factor my own time, it's perhaps not profitable. But it was a fun time. I streamed it. I enjoyed it. I got to try out and prove why my face rig is so amazing. I absolutely love my face rig. Watching my own content, it's like it's almost always filming what I'm looking at least to a very high degree. Is it like aimed correctly? Unlike, whoa, shit, I made a mess. Unlike when you have like a shoulder mounted camera or a chest mounted camera or a top of head mounted GoPro, where you're so often just looking at nothingness. Hi Larson, So I'm really happy with the face rig. So now I'm just gonna make it permanent. Jack, you are the example of someone not to listen to when it comes to a lot of things. Yeah. But I really like your attitude. It's like you're exploring what you like. That's amazing. I think I bet you could get it done for under 500 Swedish. I bet. I bet. I mean, you liked the 10X, right? I think for video work that the I think for video work it's an upgrade because there's so much digital zoom before you hop to the 10X. But for photo, I think for photo it's a downgrade because the 10X for video, it's like too much zoom to handhold. If you have a tripod, then sure, it's cool. But if you're handholding it, I think it's more of a hassle. No, oh no, oh no, there we go. 38 degrees. Reklam. I don't know what's up with like announcing in chat that there's a commercial. There's commercials all the time. I have like 15 minutes per hour. You really should sub or not watch at all. Sitting through ads. Twitch Turbo is probably the biggest upgrade to my Twitch experience ever. I absolutely adore Twitch Turbo. And it pays like crazy for the streamers. Like it's really, really good for the streamers. During the subathon, I think it was something like $600 of revenue from Turbo viewers alone. YouTube Premium is for sure one of those things I would like to have, but I can't justify it. With Twitch Turbo, the way I sold it to myself when I got it was that I have clients on Twitch, and if I'm doing like tech support in their live chat, and then all of a sudden I get an ad, it's kind of like, it doesn't work. You know, kind of need to be able to rely on hearing what they say. I'm not on YouTube now. I mean, I have a YouTube account. I do upload to it, but I'm not multi-streaming. I have contemplated it. I don't know why it would be a drawback to just push data to all the places. So I'm not against it. But right now I don't have a desire to do it. I mean, if we were to push to all the platforms, we kind of would have to upgrade our internet. Because right now, me and Siri can both stream 4K to Twitch. That would be 40 megabits of upload. And then we add YouTube with another, I don't know, what do YouTube want? 12, 15? So that would be 30 for me in Siri, so we would be at 70 megabits for the stat. And then Kick would be another 12 or so for the both of us. The Roxen. Living in a van. It's kind of a different experience for sure. I think it's something I would enjoy for a year. Not more. YouTube is the biggest market? Tell me more. It sounded sarcastic. I didn't mean it to be sarcastic. I meant it to be sincere. The GPIO I probably should desolder rather than cut. But right now I'm sort of in a cutting mood. Yeah, but quantity is not always better than quality. And there's also more creators. So would you be a bigger fish in the sea? I mean, for me personally, it would be very dumb to be on YouTube. I mean, it's not. It would be very dumb of me to be only on YouTube. But multi-streaming? It's not a terrible idea. But like I said, I don't really have the desire, so I haven't even looked into it. I have been contemplating having different channels for different things though. So like having a dedicated stream channel just for tech, and then one for family life and one for gardening, to diversify and allow people to only follow parts of my life. I mean, Twitch is a lot about like all of you on one channel. But I think a lot of the viewers, a lot of the streams I watch, I love some things they do, and others I couldn't care for. And if they do too much of the stuff I don't care for, I could see myself unfollowing. So I kind of like the idea of having the content be diversified. Kind of think that's a beautiful thing. So then you allow people to only follow what they are interested in. Well, let's see how can we hold this board. Let's adjust the camera a bit. I think it's less risk of breaking something if I just desolder the pins. Just gonna see if I can open these jaws enough to hold it. I think they're like just too small. Yeah. I guess I could clamp it, but over the HDMI ports, there's nothing important there. Surely it's gonna be fine. No, let's take the USB port. I think no one is going to argue against you that YouTube is bigger than Twitch. You'd be kind of insane to do so. But quality over quantity is definitely true. And one thing that's kind of special for me on Twitch is that as a partner, Twitch promotes my channel. So right now I have 100 and... how many viewers? 113, at least it says on my page. And out of them, it's like 5 or 10 people that are actually like from my following. The rest are just people Twitch. Well, people throw my face into people's faces. And I'm very grateful for that advertisement. how do I want to hold it? Because I want to pull from this side, so I want to heat from that side. But I also want it to be visible for you guys what I'm doing, but I might be slightly tricky. Flux. I don't think I need flux to desolder these, but hey, I frankly want to use it up because the syringe wobbles so much within the syringe. So I kind of want it to come down to like halfway so it becomes nicer to use. And I have, what, 2 more of them? Sheesh. And I've had this for months without barely making a dent. Yeah, Mike, Jack is a professional moderator. He works for EFG, the big Saudi stuff, and more. So he moderates like CSGO tournaments and stuff like that. A bit of a brag that I know someone who's a professional moderator. I think you know that, Mike. Seems like something you would have picked up on. Like, he's not just like, sorry, he's a moderator lead. He's in charge of moderators. He doesn't just moderate. He sets up the, like sets up the channels, the rules, takes in the team, trains the team, manages the team. Ah, there we go. So we can say we have a professional moderator in our community. So chat, behave. That's not the right tool. I kind of need a really tiny needle nose plier for this. Why don't I have that? Starting to second guess this. We're at 300 degrees. That's just 325. And then a little bit cleaner tip. I hope you don't mind that I'm bragging about you, Jack. Because I think it's pretty cool. I mean, it's not a lot of jobs within esports. So I think that's pretty unique. I changed my mind. I really don't want to destroy this board. And because they're sort of encased in plastic, I'm gonna silence the fan here. Just for my own sake. So, the pins are being hugged by the plastic retainer. So even if I loosen up the solder, I need to sort of melt the plastic to be able to pull it out, or do all of them at the same time. And I have done them one by one before, but then I removed the plastic ring first, because they sit so tight in the plastic ring that, you know, you gotta pull with some force to get them out of the plastic ring. So if I have to remove that anyway, I might as well cut them all off. And then if I really want to, I can pull them out after the fact. If I really want to. Probably might. Don't tell the wife that I borrowed her toothbrush, okay? Nice, Mike. Oh shit, I could probably spin up Linux on one of these and use that to watch my own stream in 4K on the TV. This is a Rad XA Rock 5A. I would just call it a Rock 5A. But it's Rad XA who makes it, but it's the best. This can do 8K playback. So, yeah. Can't you just download the VOD? Am I not recording the VOD? Oh, cock, I'm not. Oh, well. I could have recorded the VOD. And I mean to record the VOD. Oh my god, I can host them on my Plex that I don't have. Jack. Oh my god. What an idea. Then I can just play them locally. Because my TV can do that. I don't get Twitch chat, but I mean, I chat with you live, so I don't need to rewatch chat. Well, it's kind of fun with chat. Not gonna lie. Yeah. Is it hard to set up Plex? Is it just a package that you download and install? Our old NAS could not. It didn't do very well with Plex. It cried a little bit. Hi, I just put away the soldering iron. No, sorry, hot glue gun. Aww. You're gonna miss it, Eric. Damn it. And I warn everyone, if you don't have Twitch Turbo, you're gonna hate this stream. Yeah, this is a... I think it says on the back now. No. But it says here. Ooh. It's a Rad XA Rock 5A version 1.2. Yeah, transcoding requires extra effort. It would be nice with transcoding so you could rewatch streams on the go. And I imagine our new one could live transcode 4K HEVC, I think. As a Docker container. Interesting. Yeah, I think they do. I don't remember which NAS we have. I think it's an 1821 something. Yeah, I'm snipping off to save weight. No, I'm gonna make a flat mount carbon fiber case. So remove everything, solder ports, and lower the profile. No. So the pins are just in the way. So it's gonna be, I don't know. How thick am I expecting it to be? It's going to be pocket friendly at least. So if I just do the Wi-Fi module, we're talking something like 9 millimeters in a case, which is, you know, nothing. But I'm thinking I'm probably going to add modems to the back. So 1 or 2 5G modems, and then having a couple of antennas on the top. So that would be the entire package with the internet and everything. And then I might add like one 18650 cell or 21700. But I think 18650 because a 21700 would add like more girth than I want to. Because like Wi-Fi module plus carrier board plus case, I could probably fit it within 16, 17 millimeters. So about an 18650. So actually the battery would be the thickest part. So I might use flat packs for this. I don't know. But there's also an argument to have the battery separated. So if there's going to be a pocket rig, right? This is the hot end. It gets hot. You don't want it close to batteries or they set on fire. So I'm thinking that you could make like a nunchuck out of this. So you build one unit that is 6 by 8 by 2 that have the modems and the Wi-Fi and the encoder. And then you build a second unit that has the same, relatively same dimensions, but a 3S battery pack. So like you stack 3 18615 cells or something like it. That would power it for like 6 hours off the wall. And then you could put one in each pocket and you're ready to go. And it wouldn't feel like you're wearing anything. It would just disappear. This one would get slightly hot, so depending on your climate, it might not be comfortable. So you might want to have this in a small little pocket hanging off the belt of your pants or something like that. I have a couple of examples, but we'll see. The modems, 85 degrees Celsius ambient temperature rated. The modems are. So that's going to be fine. No way near. I mean, on the front of the SoC, it could hotspot at 85-90C for sure. Yeah. So this is the modem module. And you could probably stack 3 of them if you solder, instead of using the M.2 connector, and you would solder the SIM card directly to the pins and solder the USB cable like directly to the pins as well. Then you could probably fit 3 of them, but I'm going to aim for 2. And I'm probably going to use carrier boards, at least for this build. Might solder for next one. But I'm going to put them next to each other like this. Because these are 30 mil and this is like 58 or so. So they're only going to make the whole width ever so slightly wider. But I think I'm fine with that. Because this is 60 mil. It's still going to fit in any pocket. If that's 62 or 64, which would be like that, would be 64, that would be fine. So I think, since I'm only going for 1 or 2 of these, mostly for power draw, I think I'm going to mount them like this, and I think I'm going to use the carrier board. I'm still going to be narrower than a 21700 cell, and a 21700 cell makes more sense. One moment. Whoop. It's kind of nice getting a perspective on these things. So let me just go to my battery box. Here we have a 21700 cell for perspective. And then if you were to weld the battery tabs on, there's still plenty of space on the height to make sure they're safe so they don't short circuit. But that would be the new height, or how thick the whole package would be. So I really could fit. I had another modem here, I think, yeah, with carrier board installed for perspective. The carrier board itself doesn't get hot, nor does the bottom of the board. So the sandwich would look something like this. Let me just remove the antennas from the Wi-Fi chip. So we would go Wi-Fi chip, choof, like that. And then, boom, modem. That thickness would be 16.3 millimeters. So pretty much when you add a bit of space, a little air, a little distance, a little electric protection, short circuit protection, you're still going to be well under the thickness of an 21700, which is why it makes some sense to use 18650 cells, because they are thinner, about actually the size, yeah. This channel is an ad for Twitch Turbo. Absolutely. I have it set to 15 minutes an hour, which is like absurd, but it's kind of because I think like you shouldn't watch with ads at all. So I put it so high to sort of make it unwatchable. I'm fine if you don't want to watch, but if you sit through ads, man, I don't understand. So yeah, this is actually for you to get Twitch Turbo or sub. I think it's going to be cool. The problem then with 18650 cells is that they're way too short for the board, and I could stack them this way, I guess, and just make it longer. I didn't think of that. So the highest density you can get are 14.4 watt hours. These are only 12 watt hours, but you can get 14 watt hours. So then what would one would be 2 hours, maybe? I mean, with one modem pushing RTMP in and out, sheesh, that would be 2, 4.5. Yeah, that would be 14.4 divided by 4.5. How many hours it would run? Add some losses, maybe 10%, so say 5 watts. So it'd be 2.5 hours-ish, which is plenty. Because the idea is just you go from power source to power source. So like you plug in a USB-C cable and charge it up, and it's kind of always charged. It's more like a UPS, if anything. I mean, with that logic, 2.5 hours is way too much. So we could install something even smaller. Since this board needs 2S, they sell 18300, so like half the size but the same girth. So you could take 2 of those have horrible watt hours per kilo ratings. They're very inefficient, but the overall weight would be equal. It's just less power, but since it's a UPS, that doesn't matter much. So it's not a bad idea to use even smaller batteries to come down in size. But what I kind of would like to do is use 2 21700 cells, because then it would actually last you like 8 hours. These are 21.6 watt hours each, so 42 point something watt hours. So that would last you 8 to 10 hours. That's pretty sick. So then you don't need that dual solution. But then it goes up in weight. They weigh 76 grams each. So that depends on what you're going to do with it. Like if you're going to, for example, put this on a camera, like you mate it to a GoPro. You can have this whole setup basically fit within the form factor of the GoPro, like a little backpack for your GoPro, and then have the antennas coming up like this. So it could be a little streaming backpack for your GoPro. Then you would want to keep the weight as low as possible, and then run a cable to it for extending the runtime.
Sub, Jeeper 5529. Hey Johannes, how is everything going with the family?
Jeeper 5529. Hey Johannes, how is everything going with the family?
That TTS. Hey Johannes, how is everything going with the family? It's going great. J. Perry, thank you for being tier 3. Right now, family's sick. No good. And I actually hear little Bo crying in the bed. So Siri's probably having a rough night. Hi, Foyd. But other than that, life is amazing. I think that's more what you're asking. That we're sick right now is just temporary. Moblin? Moblin is amazing. Do you have any questions? Should we talk about Moblin for an hour? I'm down. Moblin TTS, yes. Just always, or on donations, or on bits? What do you need? Oh no, my browser source has crashed. We're gonna have J. Perry's tier 3 sub on screen until I reset it. On channel points, it's not a thing right now to do on channel points. Because it's not implemented for channel points. Right now it's only like you have the chat and you have you have chat, you have text to speech, and then you could do sub only, and you can detect language if they're writing in Swedish or English. That's pretty cool. But it doesn't have, yeah. How can you download Moblin? It's in App Store or in Test Flight. So Test Flight is the App Store, but invite only. And it's like the beta App Store. And it's where it gets updated almost every day. It's really cool. So if you want the cutting edge, you want to use Test Flight. So you go to the App Store, you download Test Flight, and then you grab a link that I can give you. I mean, you can find, it's not like a VIP club or anything, but here you go. Copy. And then type. Why can't I type? One moment, please. Type. There you go. And I've seen a lot of users having to join the link twice. Like the first time they click it, it just shows up like, hey, paste the link, and this link is not whatever. So you just do it again. That fixes it. Don't know why it is that way. Even Apple has bugs. But it doesn't happen to everyone. It doesn't always happen. It's just be aware that if it happens, allow paste. It might. It's really strange. It just holds the alert forever. Is it a setting that's wrong? Local. How's J. Perry doing? Are you like moved in the house all right? Use custom frame rate. Don't want to do that. I don't think there's a setting that I missed here. I don't think there is more settings. Refresh browser source machine becomes active. Shut down source when not visible. No, it's really weird. It's only with my alerts. I don't know. I don't know why it does that. Only 20 terabytes free. Sorry, Jack. Very old message. Yeah. And Larsam, it's a Rock 5A. I think one thing you could do, Foyd, if you're still listening, is you can make it moderators only. And then you could like program a different bot to write the user's message as a TTS message. So that it will be like the bot reading out the message every time with channel points. But channel points, it's not. It might show up in Moblin. Yeah, I bet. No, it's you can do bits. Moblin support bits TTS. So you can put it at like 10 bits. I don't know. I mean, channel point is amazing, and I bet it will be added eventually. It's not a technical limitation. It's just like a desire thing. That it's not a fun thing to add. Every message could be too much. It depends on the chat. For us, it's just fine. But like Serious Stream is like 100 viewers, not a. I don't know what Anton's at. Like peak, he's like a couple of thousand, right? But day to day, it's more like a 300 viewers. But that could be way too much TTSing. It gets kind of fatiguing to listen to. For everyone, not just a streamer. You know, it's for the chat too. So that's why I'm like, put it at 50 bits. What's 50 bits? That's 5 Swedish crowns to be silly. It's nothing. I just spent 100 bits to... spent 100 bits to tell a Norwegian to take 40 laps in a roundabout. Like I was a GPS. In the roundabout. Take 40 laps and then exit. And I mean, it's kind of like... You can do things for free, but then you're diminishing the value of alerts. But I get it. You know, it's like I don't know what's the best. It's not my job to say. Like, Serious community has, historically speaking, always been very generous with bits, and like doing 100 bits to say something is nothing, you know? And I think having TTS on makes people use bits less. But I also get the solidarity in wanting to allow anyone to chat with you when you're driving. I get that. You know, it's kind of like, do you only talk to people with money or do you talk to your community? So I get it. It's hard. It's not an easy question. To job as a manager, don't get as much money, but I do make more per hour, and I don't work every single. Yeah, Jay Perry, you used to work like sick weeks, like absolutely sick weeks. Did you average like 50, 60 hours? Yeah, you can do the Android stuff. Yeah, Monster TTS I think is like the most common third-party TTS feature. I don't know if it's free. I bet it is. At least like depending on how much TTS you do. And unfortunately, these third-party TTS services all use like WebM or Opus for their audio, because it's like higher efficiency, so they get better audio with less bitrate. It's just Apple doesn't like it. So it's not like a Moblin limitation why you can't use those services. It's Apple saying, nope, you cannot use this audio format. Thank you. So you can't, we can't use third-party TTS services. Like not even like Streamlabs and all of those big guys. their TTS doesn't work in Moblin. Or on Mac. On Apple, sorry. On iOS. I'm just trimming the board up a little bit. I think it's too big and bulky. So I'm just removing some stuff that is not used. And I'm being very slow about it. This is like a puzzle for me. But I'm just enjoying it. So this is what non-phone streamers use for streaming. So this is the CPU. These are the RAMs. It's actually a system on a chip because it's a GPU too. But these are RAMs, and then you put your memory card here or here, depending on which type of memory you want to use. This is the power distribution chip. The classic RK806-1. It's in like so many, pretty much all of the Rockchip boards. Yeah. And and here you have an audio controller. No, sorry, network chip. Network chip. Yeah, very cool. Very cool. And 2 clocks. It's very close, very similar. Like the idea, the form factor is the exact same. So it's the same size as a Raspberry Pi. But I don't know in like percentage, but I bet it's like 4 times more powerful. Like it's significantly more powerful. But more importantly, the recent Raspberry Pis don't have hardware encoding at all. And this does 4K 60 HEVC. So very fancy. So that's why we use it, because it has great a great video encoder. It's very efficient. Overall, nice little thing. But yeah, these GPIO pins is to conform to so-called hats. Yeah, 4K streaming is so cool, J. Perry. It's like, I've been waiting for this for so long, and this is literally the first 4K Twitch stream I do with the new Twitch enhanced broadcasting. And I haven't watched it myself, but I think it's pretty glorious. Very much look forward to the fam being well again. Maybe on Sunday we can do a little like actual IRL stream out and about in 4K. Yeah, I'm streaming in 4K. If you don't see 4K as an option in the little cogwheel down here, it's because you're the highest you can choose is 2K on what device? That's quite wild. Now, you mean 2160? 2160 is 4K. So it's 3860 by 3840 by 2160. So that 2160 is 4K. Yeah. Yeah, 3840 by 2160. 1440 would be 2K in the lingo. Yeah. And yeah, it's going to come 1440p 2K is going to come first thing next year to Twitch, to everyone. And 4K is probably, I want to be skeptic, but I don't think 4K is going to make it. I think they've done enough studies to show that there's so few monitors on Twitch that use 4K anyway, and that 1440p upscale to 4K is good enough. And for anyone on a 1080p screen, 1440p is like downscaling that to 1080p is equally good to 4K. So it's just better overall for the platform to keep it in 1440, I think. So I'm not particularly hopeful that 4K will go out of this alpha test. So until until the 21st of December, Mike, both me and Siri have 4K alpha testing. So Yeah, until the 21st of December, we can guarantee that you'll get to watch us in 4K on your TV. But then it's hard to say. I definitely don't think we're gonna see it between December and the beginning of... Anton cannot do 4K now. He cannot even do 2K. He can only do 1080p because he's not in the beta program and he's not in the alpha program. Everyone on Twitch that is... Oh, 2 o'clock, nice. Anyone that is in the beta program, the closed beta, got access to 1440p today. So that's 21,000 Twitch account that now has 1440p. But 4K, it's only, I think, 20 users, 20-something users who have access to. Yeah. So, but soon, maybe, but not now. Yeah. How can you apply? I think the beta is closed. They don't take in more applicants. The sign-up was January this year. So, almost a year ago. But for IRL streaming, you need like a pretty beefy setup. The iPhone can do it if the iPhone is not encoding. So I've tested on at least the 16 Pro, but also the 15 Pro. I'm very confident can do 4K 60, preferably 4K 30, but it can do 4K 60. It can also do 1440p, but the iPhone doesn't have a native camera setting in 1440p. So the iPhone, well, Moblin, grabs the 4K camera and then downscales it. So it actually uses more power. But for data, it's nice using 1440p. That's why the feature exists. And if you use the internal cellular modem of your iPhone, you are going to absolutely need external cooling. If you don't run external cooling, you cannot use the internal modem. So if you, for example, stream from the iPhone to this one and have all of the modems connected to this one, he can stream 4K 60 from his iPhone. Pretty cool. Is it going to be worth it? I mean, he lives in Stockholm most of the time, so his internet capacity is going to be good enough. But it adds complexity. It might be worth it. I think the camera's raw quality is going to be the limiting factor anyway. So maybe the fact that it is an iPhone. I mean, this camera we're streaming now is a $6,000 camera that cannot make phone calls. So for this one, it makes sense to stream in 4K. But on the iPhone, I'm not sure viewers would see a major upgrade in quality, except for when using the 1x lens in daylight, or at least like sort of good light. So like summers until maybe 9 o'clock, it would look great. But in the winters, it's only when it's sunny. It would look great. So I don't think it's something Anton needs to hunt for or care much about. But if you want to be like cutting edge, sure. And I can't say like, just because the application is closed, if you know someone on Twitch, they would probably let you in. Hi Kages. How you doing? You would definitely have to be careful with credit card numbers if you can read the SIM card numbers, yeah. How do I put them? There you go. This is Anton's SIM card. Speaking of Anton. I didn't ask if he wanted it back. Well, now I dropped it. I went ahead and assumed that a Thai prepaid SIM card was not something he was interested in. I mean, it wasn't intentional that I didn't give it back. When I switched it over to work on the Swedish SIM cards, I put my SIM card in to verify that it worked. And then he never got his Thai SIM back. You know what? I'm kind of tempted. If I had a couple more of these boards, and there wasn't like a shortage of them, I think I would cut the whole PCB off instead. It's like very little margins to these chips here. And this is the power management, and these are some inductors for it, and a whole row of caps and resistors and some bigger caps. So this whole bit is super crucial. But if I cut, there's not enough PCB material. If I cut through the row of GPIO pins, it would probably be fine. But I would want to cut on the inside of them, like above the pin. That would be way too close to these chips. So I don't think it would be like reliably a safe thing to do. These are networking stuff, and I'm not going to be using the Ethernet. I could actually desolder the network chip. I don't know, some boards are really good at shutting off their Ethernet, but even like these modern chips probably pull something like 0.2 watts idle. So there would be some power savings removing it. Good night, Vincent. Thanks for hanging. And I also look forward to garage renovations. I was so tempted to get started until I kind of realized all the other stuff that is a problem. Like the previous owner did all the electrical work themselves, and it's not up to code. So I can't just put up walls and insulation. I gotta fix the electrics. And I found a little, it's small, almost insignificant leak in the roof, which means I have to repair the roof. As now, you could just leave it. As it is now, you could just leave it. It's fine. But if you're going to insulate and, make it a habitable space, you can't have it leaking into the insulation. So I got to fix that. So there's like these things before I can get started. And that has kind of bogged me down a little bit. Not a huge thing. And we'll get to it soon enough. But yeah. I was more excited until I found out these things. Nice to hear that it matters, J. Perry. Yeah. Just means more content. This is so true. I wish I could do electric work myself. I can. Skill-wise I can. At least the kind of electric work that I'm talking about. Just relocating some wires. That I can do. But, yeah, I don't want to do that on stream. Because it's not legal in Sweden. So that wouldn't be very good. So I gotta hire it out, which is fine. It just would have been fun to do. But it's not fun enough to get like a high school degree worth. I think it's like a couple of years to study to become an electrician. That's not how, it's not that fun. Depends on the electrician. Some electricians are fine with that. I don't know if it's actually legal or not. But I hear most electricians say like, yeah, you can run the conduits, for example, and then they come and pull wires. And some say you can nail wires. They come and hook it up. in the plugs and the electric box. So I've heard that, but I don't know if it's because no one can check that, or if it's actually because we are allowed to and it's fine. I mean, they do sort of a final inspection, so maybe that's why it's fine. When they hook it up, they make sure that no mistakes have been made, and then it's the electrician who's liable if they would allow me to mess something up. Definitely something we can figure out. I'm sorry for keeping you, Vincent. Good night. Oh, it made me realize you have a new chair. How is it? Does your butt like it? Now that you've had it for a couple of months. Sheesh. I'm sorry. Go to sleep, Vincent. What? It doesn't have a cup holder? A footrest. I would love a chair with a footrest. Like a under thigh support, like a lounge chair. I've seen some of that. It looks really nice. Ah. Decline further back, huh? Yeah, footrest would be nice. I'm so uncareful with these boards. I'm kind of shocked that I haven't broken more of them. GPIO pin ASMR. Bo has fallen asleep, by the way, so that's nice. It's like half an hour of Siri trying to put him back to sleep. Rough, man. She's such a good mom. Oh, really? You can? That's nice, Larson. I would be fine with that. Although I think wiring up a central is the most fun part of it all. So, like, I would like to be able to do it for fun. It means you can save quite a bit on the work. Because, I mean, nailing cable to the wall, kind of a silly way to pay someone money. Like, it's so easy. It's time consuming, but very easy. And I mean, this is for a workshop too, so you could probably argue that a pro can make it look prettier. Straighter lines or whatnot. But this is for a workshop. So functionality goes first. But I kind of don't know how I'm going to solve the electric, because I kind of have 3-phase power everywhere. And yes, I could install the 3-phase power, but I'm kind of content running the 3-phase power on, because it's such a small garage, right? So I'm kind of content running it on with extension cables, because I want to be able to move the machines around a bit. So I might end up just going very simple with the electric, because I don't need like 40 outlets. Just a couple, you know, by the workbench, a little here, a little there. And then I plan on, you know, plans. We all have plans, but it would be kind of cool making a DC system for 16 amp 400. I think. I can get 32, but we have 16. 16 for, I mean, 16 is that's a lot of juice, man. And if we get an electric car, it would make sense to upgrade to 32 amp. But the cost per year for that service is quite a lot more. I think we pay like $200 a year for the 16, and I think it was like 600 for 32, which, you know, we can have a shower, run all the heating, run the oven and the dishwasher at the same time. Yet we only have 16, so we're pretty fine currently. But on a really cold day, if I'm in the garage and we're starting to heat up that space, maybe upgrade to like a 20 amp. I think there was a step in between, if it was 20 or whatever it was, something. Now, should I desolder it from the back? Is that worth my effort? $25 maybe, yeah. I actually don't know. But that sounds familiar. Let's clamp it and turn on the soldering iron. Let's try it. If it's fun, we're gonna remove it. Kind of would like to change tips. I don't. This will be fine. So probably want to turn it actually. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Vincent. Like it's all just a money thing. Would I want properly wall-mounted sockets and perfect lead lengths to each of the machine with like individual breakers on each machine? Yeah, 100% would like that. But is it worth doubling my budget for the electrician's costs? No. Safe to say no. Huh. Come on. I know you want to. Maybe if I do this, so I don't shake as much. So much copper on this board. Before I can get this one pin out, I'm getting heat over here. And probably helps to heat it without holding it, so I don't soak any heat into the tongs. Put a bit more solder on. clean that up later. One. Come on. Oh, you want to? Two. It's only 40. Probably need more. Heating 2 at a time. They're stubborn. I wonder if they would be easier to push the other way. That's the problem, that now that I cut them, that they would be have like a little fatter knob, making them harder to push. Maybe, maybe not. Yeah, a little flux is what we need. It is somewhat tight. But I think the biggest issue is all the heat soaking. It's part of an electricity plan? Or general shed plans? Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Sounds like fun. That one is very stuck. Come on. So one thing I'm feeling about this is it might not be worth it. Because the risk that I'm getting impatient and pulling off a round chip or something. Not insignificant. But hey, now we've started. Okay, Mike. Flux. Have you heard of this lovely tool called resin? Makes it all shiny. Removes oxidization. Ooh. We're getting there. Only a couple pins left in this row. Should probably let the board cool down a bit. It's probably 60, 70 degrees, which is just fine, but it's not perfect. It's not great. Not great. You know what is great? All the grams of weight we're saving from removing these pins. Which is just about the only reason. It does reduce the short circuit risk quite considerably. But it's very questionable of a reason to do this. Ah. Can now open a browser with desktop shortcut and still have hardware acceleration. GG. Yeah, this is true. Sometimes it's just for the fun of it. Like I said, this is like a puzzle, kind of. It really kind of is. I mean, for me. I don't know how you feel about it. Why is this one stuck? Why does some just fall out magically? And others are stubborn donkeys. This one and this one. I'm thinking, like, is it because they're mushroomed out? Do they have like an absorbent? Yeah, they have a lot of. We have a lot of lead on the other side that has like seeped through to the other side. Maybe that's why they're hard. Now I'm in the inner row, and the inner row feels more scary because now we're significantly closer to components we want to be very careful about. So attention should be paid at least. Should probably turn on the fan a bit. Hello? Let me know if there's any electrical noise. I'm charging from... I should probably charge from a battery instead, just to be sure. These mics tend to prefer no? Okay. They tend to prefer being charged from batteries when in use, to not create like ringing sounds. It's like a little... I mean, you're probably hearing one right now. The giant fan. Now it's being charged from a battery. It sounded plausible, Mike. That it would be on your end, but now it's on mine. It's on mine. Okay. I really thought I wouldn't make it to soldering anything to the board. I only expected to get this far today, and I mean it's 2:30 a.m., so it's kind of reasonable to end there. Now that I look at it, I might have to come in here with soldering iron to clean up some excess solder from me being sloppy. That's fine. I think we're just fine. I just cut off a little base there. Just double checking so nothing is shorting, but I think we're fine. The board already feels lighter. It's silly. Oh, we have a couple more. Fan sounds like your vacuum. Oh, it's what would that be? 160 mil. 8 inches maybe? It's an 8-inch ish. Duct fan running at full power. I mean, a vacuum cleaner is more power. I think this is only a 300 watts or so, and a vacuum cleaner is what, 2000? But they have to suck through so many filters and such. This is just like a giant gaping opening with a... It does have a filter though. A carbon filter. Well, what is it? Now I got curious. What is 160 millimeters in inches? 6.3? Sheesh. Tiny. Look at me being wrong. 6.3. Chat. Is it cool with 4K streaming? Like, is it nice? Do you care for the difference? And I mean, because I'm sort of asking, like, what's your first impression? Like, do you think Twitch on a whole will hype about it, or will it be just? Because frankly, when you hear the news, when you announce the news that 4K is out, yeah, it looks so nice, but it's only 10 meg. I think I only hear negatives. Yeah, 6.3 inches. For some things, that's enough. The Nipex looks crisp. This is the first time I'm buying the inox version. I don't think they hold up any better. I can shake you around if you want. Oh, earthquake! Don't complain, chat. You know what I'll do. Exactly what you don't want me to do. Also, we're very overexposed. We're filming this at f8, and we're at 400 ISO. At f8? It's pretty wild. Very successful modifications so far. I will, right now, remove the audio jack. A very sad thing, in my opinion, is that these boards cannot handle audio. If these also had a browser source on them that could push, audio to a speaker. This board doesn't have an audio amplifier, but the board that I'm using to power the stream, the Orange Pi 5 Plus, that one has a, I think, 3.5 watt onboard speaker amplifier. That would for sure be loud enough for alerts. So users could just hook up like a literal speaker, an unpowered speaker element in a 3D printed box or whatever, to it, and get like quite nice alerts. The simplicity of having all in one box is just But that doesn't look like a place where Bella Box will go anytime soon. I mention it ever so often, thinking that maybe someone will pick up on the possibility and develop for it. I don't think Rational is just who makes Bella Box. I don't think he's hating on PRs. He just doesn't get any. But I think if someone actually made a nice feature, he would try it, he would like it. I think he would merge. What do I know? Oh, okay. Yes, headphone jack. I'm going to remove it. I don't need it. It's not in use. And it is currently the tallest component. Maybe like that. Nice sounds. Plastic cracking. I don't have a 4K 60 capture card jack. That's, for IRL streaming, we want the backpack anyway. But I kind of would love a 4K 60 capture card. Like the Blackmagic, whatever. But it's like $1,000. Sheesh. But I've been eyeing on that since we got the A7S III. But I guess now with 4K streaming, it would make way more sense to buy it. If we commit to 30, we do have the Blackmagic Intensity Pro, Intensity Extreme. I don't remember what they're called. 4K 30. And a very nice 4K 30 at that. Very nice. Just realized, is the camera getting hot? Not a lot. And now it's 26 degrees ambient or about. Well, 24.5 ambient temp. So it's very hot in here after all the soldering and... Goodbye, Jack. I cut you off now, Jack. I'm sorry, Jack. I didn't mean to hurt you. AV1? I think AV1 is like 5% better at this bitrate. Like it's not huge. It's just compatibility perks and no licensing. I don't think there's going to be any quality upgrade. AV1 is better than HEVC at like the low end, as I understand. So at like 480p, AV1 would be a lot better. But that's not where Twitch is going to put AV1. Twitch is going to put AV1 on the highest quality, which is going to lead to the best looking stream. Yes. But that's not where it's most efficient. That's what I'm saying. Like the perks of AV1 are greater at low end. I mean, if you just allow more bit rates, X264 would probably be the best codec anyway. Like, look the sharpest. But then you would need, I don't know, 30 megabits. A lot. Almost done. Almost got it. Come on. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Do, 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 do. Two tabs left. One tab. So if I was hunting grams, we got it. If I was hunting grams, I would for sure keep removing the HDMI ports. But because I don't need the 2 millimeters they poke out, I'm probably going to make the case wider than that for other reasons. Just the weight of these ports alone is not enough of a reason to remove them, I feel. Partially also like for future use. HDMI out can be nice because this board may end up being useful for something else. And soldering USBs and networking to this is fairly easy. But resoldering these micro HDMI ports, no, I don't. The weight doesn't matter and the size doesn't matter. Like, there's some limits to my madness. Not gonna lie though, I would like to figure out what these transistors do. Because maybe if they're useless, I could cut off like the top part of the board. Like a full 8 millimeters or something. Just cheap, cut that off. But there's some components here under the USB port. I'm not sure what they are for. But luckily the schematics of this thing is online, so I could read the schematics and look at the... Are they called Gerber files? Very pleased. Let's cut off these tabs for the ports. What an eyesore. I didn't read up on the whole conversation between you guys, but oh, an error occurred. Is it on my end or is it the browser? Oh, the browser crash. Stream is still on. Yeah, I think AV1 is easily 2 years away. Twitch can do it, but the GPUs really can't. And there's not enough, this is my opinion, there's not enough hardware decoding support that you could replace HEVC. So because you need HEVC and the GPUs can't do both well, like it has to pick, right? Most GPUs today can do like 7 different tiers. So that would be like 4K, 1080, it could do 4K, 2K, 1080, 720, 540, 7 tiers, whatever. But it couldn't do 4K in both AV1 and AVC. AV1 and HEVC. It couldn't do both, so you have to pick. And that's quite bad. So until better hardware decoding exists, and this is just my theory, until better hardware decoding exists, I think Twitch is going to be quite hesitant. What's the difference between madness and lunacy? It's keeping the HDMI ports. Yeah. Yeah, the encoder. If the encoder could do both, 7 tiers of HEVC, 7 tiers of AV1, and 7 tiers of, or 5 maybe, 5 tiers of H.264. If it could do all of those 21 tiers, I don't see why Twitch would care not to put AV1 on the platform tomorrow. But such GPU does not exist. And you can't run SLI because you run out of memory bandwidth, according to someone who's tried. I don't know. And the Alveo MA35D, which is a server grade video encoder, it can do 21 tracks. It can do 21 tracks at the resolutions we want, but it's Linux only. It's $1,600 MSRP. I think you can just get a hold of one. But yeah, it's buggy. It's not really. It doesn't play well with OBS. So maybe if you have like OBS pushing like an NDI feed to it, and then it would transcode, maybe that would work. But I think Mouser have them. Oh shit! The Swedish prices are insane. No wait, it updated. Okay. Well, yeah, it's quite insane. This is the card we're talking about. They're asking $2,400 or so, $2,300 for it. But this thing can do 21 tracks, and it's made for like servers, like giant. Like Twitch would use these for their transcoding, for example. Twitch actually used the older version for their transcoding today, and this is I think it's like a year and a half old. Yeah. Yeah, of course it's list, but I'm talking like if Twitch streamers would buy these, that's about what they would pay. I mean, if you're a server farm, of course, you'll probably pay half that. But I'm saying like, if we, the streamers, would buy these to be able to use for Twitch Enhanced Broadcast, in theory, the card is on paper capable of 21 plus tracks. I think 25 tracks at 1080p. And then when you then do all the lower tiers, it's for sure going to be able to do 3 4Ks and 3 1080p's and 3 whatever resolutions. Yeah. So you can do it. Is Twitch going to allow us to? And is the firmware going to be developed for it? Press X it out. I don't think it's going to happen. But it would be cool. Top streamers would very, very probably do it. Yeah. I really think people would buy it. Someone like me would buy it. I don't think everyone would buy it. Yeah. Chat. We have come to the end of the road today. We have made it slim and athletic, small and nice. I think this is how the board should chip. Oh, it's gonna add some bulk, adding the wires, like soldering on. I mean, a USB lead, just for scale. Whoop. Just the thickness of the sheathing is about the same as the Wi-Fi module in place. Hi, Stora Alexander. Let me get a different cable. So yeah, just cutting off the end of the USB cable and soldering it to the board will be, I think, roughly the same thickness as the Wi-Fi module. Hold on, there we go. Yeah, that's, I mean, close enough in thickness. Oh, sorry. Close enough to the same. Like, I don't have to feel bad about keeping the Wi-Fi card. I don't need the Wi-Fi card, but I need Wi-Fi somehow. And this being able to have external antennas is very beneficial, since I plan on using carbon fiber, which is pretty good at soaking up radio frequencies. And if I were to use a Wi-Fi module like this, solder it onto the board, that'd be equally thick. Now, this is not the smallest. I don't think they come much smaller than this. But also the antenna is in here, so I mean, range and all of that will be abysmal. I mean, they're decent, but they're not great. But this would still be about the thickness of the module here. I think the only, like, I've been wanting to remove the M.2 slot, and I've been wanting to not use these cards, but that the only reason for that would have been to be able to put the SoC flat onto a cooling surface, like a aluminum plate, in order to heat dissipate better. But I don't think that's like a reasonable design decision when building with this. I don't think it makes enough sense to not put like a little aluminum standoff. Or what I think I'm going to end up doing is a aluminum heatsink that I cut off the outer row of fins, so it's a little bit offset inwards, and then cut a hole that matches that in the top carbon fiber layer, so that you push the carbon fiber layer over and that the heatsink protrudes a couple of millimeters. I think that will be lighter than just having an aluminum plate covering the whole side anyway. And the Wi-Fi module would like cooling, but won't need it. And carbon fiber is somewhat thermally conductive, so it's gonna soak into the case. So that's gonna be just fine. I might explore some fan solutions. I have very low profile fans that would fit inside this build, and I have a fan controller. These pins here are fan controllers. So I could run a 5-volt fan. That would be mostly to remove heat from my pocket. I'm using these kind of modems, RM520N. I'm probably going to keep the carrier board But I definitely have been playing with the idea of. I mean, it's there somewhere. Of soldering the modem module directly to power without the module, because all this is a bunch of capacitors to keep the 5-volt more stable, and the SIM card holder. That's it, and it takes it down to 3 volts as well for the SIM card. But I have 3 volts on the board, so I don't need that regulation. And this is so much smaller and lighter and thinner. So I don't know. Like, imagine soldering in 3 of these here. Doom, doom, doom. Stack them up. Boom, boom, boom. At least 2. That'd be sick. The Intel AV1 implementation is pretty efficient. Yeah. So it's going to be like the size of a smartphone when we're done, and do about the same thing as a smartphone does. The whole thing is so foolish, because like when I'm done, if we just put it down here on the table, remove my toothbrush. I'm just gonna, okay. So I'll grab the board, I'll put in the Wi-Fi module, I'll put in the 5G module, I'll put in the storage, I'll grab a couple of antennas. Actually gonna need more antennas than this. Gonna need another 4 antennas, but let's not talk about that now. And then we need batteries, and let's take an 18650 to be fair. That's 12.2, I think, watt hours, which is comparable to an iPhone. And what we've done is created this. Only that this also have 5 cameras. No, wait, 4 cameras. Yeah. And this doesn't have a charging module yet. And this doesn't have a speaker. And this doesn't have a screen. This can't watch TikTok. Yeah. I mean, phones are just so incredibly cool. What they can do. Like, it's just amazing. Peak human innovation. That and maybe rocket ships, I don't know. They're just setting things on fire. How cool is that? Not very. Timer contraption are we making today? It's got a couple of clocks. Several clocks, actually. I count 1, 2, 3. So yeah. But it's cool. It's mostly a control explosion. Yeah. I think it's gonna turn out really well. Laying it out like this, I kind of got. Maybe I should make it really flat and just wider. So yeah, we're exploring building the world's most compact Bella Box compatible encoder. That's what we're doing. So we have cut off the Ethernet port, the USB ports, all 4 of them, all the GPIO, audio jack, because it sticks up too much. There's still things we can remove, like we could remove, if we want to go for weight, we could remove the Ethernet chip, because we're not using Ethernet. We can remove the HDMI ports, yeah, and all their circuitry. And this is an HDMI clock, so I mean that can be removed. It only used 2 watts, so it can be passively cooled. Like this board streaming used 2 watts, so it's just fine to soak it into anything. So I'm gonna wrap it up in carbon fiber. Like imagine this little thing. It's sort of what we're building. This is a power bank, by the way, in a carbon fiber unibody. I'm not gonna lie, it has been tempting to just remove the battery cell and put the encoder in it, because this battery, is it $35 maybe? I think I'm gonna be doing wet lay, but for the prototype it's gonna be cut sheaths. Pre-preg actually. Pre-preg is probably my desired method. It's a little bit more expensive, but pre-preg is nice. And I'm doing so low volumes that I don't think the cost of the case is going to matter. But what I'm going to say is, this is very close to the shape I want. And it's $35 made with battery. So I'm like, rip out the battery and just put the encoder in it. Maybe. Because I mean, like I said, the size is right. Yeah. And the thickness is right, because you see here, if I go for the SMA antennas, they're just right. They look like they belong. So I don't know. Maybe. It has been contemplated. But ultimately I think, yeah. 3D printing a mold? Yeah, why not? The 3D printing molds for carbon fiber lay is the biggest reason why I want the 3D printer. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think I'm ever gonna be making 3D printed cases, although it's super easy and super fast. It's not what turns me on. It's not what I tick for. Because, yeah, I mean, 3D printing is just one click and then you do nothing. You just wait 10 hours. But the strength is less and the weight is higher. It's extremely marginal. Like, it really doesn't matter to most people. But when there is carbon fiber, it's just carbon fiber is just a superior plastic, man. I don't have a 3D printer. But that's a choice. Oh man, I'm tired. A choice because I haven't chosen which 3D printer I want. I kind of just want one, and it's super stupid to maybe go for an SLS or something like that, but I don't think the surface finish is good enough on a FML, filament layer, I don't know, the acronym for normal 3D print. I don't think the surface is good enough. Yeah. Hopefully the batteries aren't glued in, and yeah, probably will. That's a very good point, J. Perry, that getting them out would be not impossible, but difficult. Discharging them would help, and then a lot of isopropyl alcohol. Yeah. Yeah, a resin printer, that's like, should your first and only printer be a resin printer? I don't know. But 3D modeling is a lot of fun. It's something I enjoy. So I would definitely get a kick out of doing that. And I'm eventually gonna have a 3D mill anyway to make nice cutouts for USB-C ports and not do it manually. So probably really gonna need it one day anyway, so why not? Anyway, I keep stalling. I should have ended a long time ago. But we're having so much fun. I think resin is always toxic, but I don't think the printing does it makes it worse. Do you want to see a picture of baby Ebbe? Let's take one that isn't as derpy. A baby Ebbe. Picking up packages. This is the baby stuff we ordered for Ebba. Just a few boxes. I don't know what I'm doing. Chat, is anyone looking forward to Playgrounds? I think Playgrounds is going to be fun. On-device, Apple-powered AI image generation. Just for silly things. Like, hey, I want an elephant with a rhinoceros head. I don't know. I think it's going to be pretty cool. Can you tell I'm stalling? I hope you liked today's stream. I look forward to watching it. I'm gonna figure out how to put it on the TV. This is goodbye for real, okay? So when you see me waving here, you have a last chance to say goodbye before we kill the stream. All right, I was gonna do it with Plex. If I wasn't so tired, I would set up Plex with you guys. And because I know there's some really smart people in chat that probably has set up Plex many times and could be of valuable assistance. Bye Lars, bye J Perry, bye Jack, bye Sander, bye you who's listening, bye you who's not listening. Good night, Mike.